As we had last left it off, the party, having dealing with the threats that were the Chintuks, continued making their way towards Barrenbark's hut, seeking information on the rumours of the peoples known as the Ojibwe. As to your understanding, Barrenbark had information in that regards. You ventured in towards a forest where Barrenbark resided. You were beset constantly by beast after beast after beast attacks. Now, they weren't dangerous, so to say. It's just that they were constant and they were weak, and you had to exert yourself just to get them off. So, whilst you weren't hurt in any regards, you are feeling physically tired enough that it seems like a good idea for you to spend the night at Barrenbarks just to rest. As for some reason, the beasts don't bother him here. In his entire time of being here, he offers sanctuary to anybody who comes by, regardless of who they are. It's just his own code, his own way, really. He will offer you sanctuary for 24 hours from the constant stresses of the beasts, food and shelter. In return for this, he just requires everybody's help with the chores. I believe you have all been given your own little chores to attend to, as you will work alongside all of it. Now, you have pressed him on a little bit of information, and he has told you of the way line. There is a certain point in the new world where if an individual from the old world gets to it, for some reason they cannot cross beyond this line. There are many wild speculations and rumors as to why this is, but nobody has gone beyond it. And that's pretty much the important information that he has told you, and you have not asked him on in regards to anything else. And that was where we had last left it off. So, the party begins about doing their assigned allotted chores as requested of Barrenbark. What would you guys like to do?
Continue blowing the laser on me.
What are you doing, Harry?
Pardon?
I missed
She's
that.
going to continue blowing leaves around her.
Okay. I mean, you're just blowing from one to another. You don't know if it's helping or not.
Can I try strategically time it so that when I stop, it just sort of goes away off the path?
Warding wind doesn't work like that, but
I know. It's kind of
basically what you can do is you can actually gather up all the winds into a massive leaf-like cyclone around you, and just escort them over to another place, just to dump them away, basically.
Where is someone annoying? No one. I was going to put it over a field.
Yeah. Alright, so that's what Kerry will get along with, utilising her magic, so the mastery of the wind. She gathers up all the bits and pieces, the leaves, the twigs, the bugs, everything that's just undesirable, and she just dumps them elsewhere. And you all can't help but feel a little bit proud at the fact that she's finally found a use for her warning wind.
Thanks, guys.
I'd like to go on a little stroll just in the surrounding area, trying to see if I can work out if there's a set point that the wildlife doesn't come past anywhere, if it's a certain distance away from the house or from him, or if there's a very clear barrier, or whether there's just none to be seen anywhere.
Okay. How far out do you want to travel?
Not massively. I'd say maybe 500 meters away at most.
Okay. I want you to make a survival roll, please.
Oh, this should go well. Me rolling dice never fails, right? Oh, 17.
Alright. So you walk away from the opening into the tree line. You walk on for a little while. The immediate area outside of the house is deserted of, well, pretty much anything that could be a threat to you. You also notice that there are not really any birds around here either. There are insects, there are spiders, there are critters and the like. That scamper off when you get close to them. But predators, birds, even rabbits, stuff like that, you don't see any of them until you get maybe. This is not an exact number, but I'm going to say between 200 to 300 feet beyond the tree line. You are able to pick up the sounds of growls within the trees. You understand those growls to belong to panthers.
Okay, I will make sure I am staying this side of where I believe this border to be. But I would like to ritual cast detect magic if possible. It will take me a few minutes.
All right, so you sit down and you begin casting. Probably a couple minutes into this casting, I want you to make a perception check for me, please.
I'm going to get pounced on by a panther. No perception.
Ooh.
19. Wow.
That growling is getting closer, and whilst you are not trained in this sort of thing, you know for a fact that something is circling you and hunting you, and will likely pounce very soon.
I'm breaking my concentration on this spell and just getting up and running back to the others. Probably full pelt.
All right, as you begin running full pelt, you hear the sifting of leaves and the snapping of twigs, and you look over your shoulder and you see something four-legged, feline, chasing after you. Can I get a dexterity check from you, please, as you attempt to run away from this creature?
Ah, yes, dexterity.
Yeah.
It was all going far too well.
As you run quickly, the path is clear for it, and all of a sudden, your leg snags on a bit of root that seems to have come out of the ground. That seems to have snagged your leg. You fall over. You tumble a little bit as this panther closes in on you. It goes to pounce. What do you do?
I will misty step 30 feet down the path.
Okay, so you missed a step.
Put back where I came.
So where it lands on the spot where you just were, confused as to where its prey just went, and it sees you 30 feet away. It continues running. Can I get another dexterity check for you? As I'm assuming you continue making your way towards the hut.
Yes, I will. I'll keep running back because I was stupid enough to come off without telling anyone where I was going. That's still not much better.
As you continue making your way, it's gaining on you. You've got a precious few seconds, and
I think I'd yell out. I'd be like, "Help!" And then I'd probably turn around and try and face off with the panther once, as I think I'm not going to get away from it. But I'll yell help and hope that someone heard me.
Okay, so as this creature is going closer and closer towards you, one of the branches overhead falls downward and actually whacks you on the head, slapping you in the eye with a little twig. It makes you sting. And you expect in that moment something to jump on you, but you hear the sound of what could only be described as a scaredy cat. Something skidding and pelting. And as you open your eyes, look to see the panther has turned around and gone in the opposite direction, disappearing into the bushes.
Can I work out which tree the branch that hit me came from?
Yeah, it's literally the one just to your left.
I would not mark the tree, but I'd maybe... What have I got in my inventory that I could just peg outside it? Not a lot is the easy answer. Just in the dirt outside, I'm just going to scratch an X into the dirt and then head back to the party, just so I know which tree I believe is at least one of them that's a magical defensy tree. Covering my eye and holding my head. Ow.
Okay. So I'm just going to say, from that slap you got in the face, you did take a point of slashing damage from that, because it was a very, very violent thing that actually just caused a little bit of trickle of blood to come from your eye.
I mean, that
Other
seems
than
better
that-
than taking on a panther.
But other than that, you were able to make your way across the tree line, and you are back in clearing. You guys heard Vorkra's call for help, and just as you were getting your things ready to go and see what that was, probably about 20 seconds later, he appears over the tree line, just clutching his eye. It looks like he's got blood coming through his fingers.
It's okay. I was saved by a tree, just like wiping blood out my eye.
Cora's going to rush over as she sees blood coming down from his forehead and kind of move his hand out of the way and say, "Let me look at you. What happened?"
It's nothing. It's just a little cut. So I went out to try and work out why there were no animals about, and I found like there seemed to be a gap where there was no animals until that point. So I sat down and tried to work out why, and then I got chased by panthers who apparently can pass that point. But yes, luckily I managed to get away.
So what hit you?
A tree, of all things. As I was fleeing, just as I called for help because I didn't think I was going to be able to make it back to you guys, a tree smacked me in the face. But I'm assuming it also smacked the panther because it ran off with its tail between its legs.
A
That's
tree?
interesting.
Trees can't move.
Interesting.
I reckon you
Well-
ran into it.
I mean,
Nope,
trees
so-
can move. That's just silly.
Actually, over in the garden, I'll call Emron over. Emron, over in the garden, one of the vines from one of the plants over there whipped Emron in the leg too. But I asked Barrenbark about it, and he said he didn't know what I was talking about and kind of looked at me like I was crazy.
Wait, so plants can move?
Of course, plants can move.
This is news
I
to
mean,
me.
Cora can speak to plants. Did you not know this?
I mean,
No, this?
I can
What?
I can speak to them. I can barely understand them, but like Emron's really good at it. I think they like it when I talk to them, but I don't think that they maybe they're just shy around me. I don't know. But yeah. Like I asked the one that hurt him not to hurt him anymore, and it seemed like it wasn't gonna hurt him anymore. It hasn't hurt him again.
Well, just
Well, I put a little X.
from my experience, all plants are dicks in this land. None of them speak very nicely to me at all. So same with all the animals, for God's sake. I think you have more luck speaking to them than I have, Cora. Would they listen to you so far?
What would I do without you, Emron?
At the knowledge that trees can talk, Lisma will go and try and talk to a tree.
Okay, so you walk up to a tree. What do you say?
Hey, tree, how do I do magic?
There's no response.
I'm going to go up to behind Lisma and say, "Did you hear that? The tree said you have to be talented to cast magic. In fact, he just said that you have to be talented to listen to what he's saying. Did you hear any of that?"
What? I have talent somewhere, I'm sure. Maybe really, 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 really deep inside.
The tree
Jack,
seems to disagree.
Is Barrenbark able to hear any of this?
I mean, he can hear. He's just chopping wood at the moment.
Okay.
He just brings his axe down, cleanly splits a wood in two, just picks them up and puts them in the pile.
This will walk away a bit from the party, just a bit, looking a bit depressed, and then just focusing on his hand, trying to summon a short sword.
I mean, just as a quick one, when I walked away from the party, I was attacked by a panther.
Make a
And I can't talk to trees.
make an intelligence check.
Intelligence check.
Nothing happens. Strain your hand a little. Nothing happens.
I'm just going to go back to the dock and start repairing it.
Oh.
All right. So there's
Jack, can Joe Bricks go up to Barrenbark?
yeah. So
Okay.
Jovic, you walk up
yeah.
to Barrenbark. He looks at you, wipes the sweat from his brow. Yeah.
And so I just want Joe Bricks to say. So it seems that there seems to be sort of a kinship that you have with the flora of this area.
Right.
It seems that they almost protect this area.
Today.
Is this by design, or is this just a matter of coincidence?
Probably coincidence. I can't.
Have you not?
I mean, I've learned the hard way the difference between smoking leaves and wiping leaves, stinging leaves.
That's interesting, but have you noticed anything about maybe leaves that are sentient?
What?
Well, anything? Have you heard or seen any of the trees around here actively protecting you from all the dangers around here?
You smoking some good stuff or something?
It's just our friend over there insists that he was saved by a tree from the attack of a panther.
I'll wave.
He looks at Volchris, looks at you, Jorbrix, and says, Are you related to the pink lady over there? By any chance?
Purple.
Do I
No,
look
we are
related?
not relation.
Oh. Do you work together or something in like the circus or something?
No, I mean I would consider myself a skeptic as well, but I trust Vorkrist, and there are some really strange things that have been going on in this area.
Well, have you considered that you're just weird?
I did, and I scratched that off the list though, after I had corroborating evidence from other people.
I would floor a motion to reevaluate that assessment.
Fair enough. Thank you, Barrenbark.
Yeah, no problem. He goes back to chopping wood.
So I would have Joe Bricks would just ask the rest. Do you guys believe him? Can I insight that too? Can I? Am
Yeah,
I,
of course.
Am I
You
able
go,
to,
go
okay.
right ahead and insight it.
See if he's full of it or not.
Ooh, nice.
You know what, Jorbrix? You just get the feeling that Barrenbark is just... He's got to be naive or something. But you just didn't detect anything. He's either just not aware, or he's just blissfully ignorant.
Okay, so I would relay that to everybody, that I don't think that he understands what's going on in this part of the forest.
Sometimes you don't have to understand a good thing to simply live among it. He's found a good place and he wants to live here. If he doesn't want to know why, I can appreciate that, I suppose.
So what do you think is so special about this place that the forest needs to? Is it him, or is it something else that's here?
Just a quick question outside of this: how far out does this water body in the back go? Like, what are we looking at for that? Is it a river?
It's a small little lake pond even. It's a bit wide. There is a like a. You basically, if you walk around it, it'll probably take you probably about an hour or so. However, it's by building a dock bridge straight through the middle of it. It looks like he's cutting that time in half just to walk across it, or even just get himself some of the better fishing spots. There's a couple of little spits of land in the pond where you could stand on that. So I'd
And
say, from your perspective, like as it's just going across, it's probably about another 200 feet or so. But going around it, it's just wide.
Does it look deep?
Yeah, a little.
And is there life in this pond? Like, can you actually see things in it, or is it quite just
Make
a
a
body of
perception.
water?
It's not clear water, so just go ahead and make a perception check for me.
Yeah. 10.
I mean, you can see a few ripples in the water that suggest that there is fish in it, but beyond that, you can't see anything.
What are you thinking, Bark?
It feels reminiscent of a man we met at the very beginning of our travels, a tiefling who found himself a small plot of land near a lake where he set himself up a house alone. This is either extremely coincidental or they're from the same cloth, but
Apologies for butting in. Jorprix, are you standing by Bark by the water at the moment? Or are you actually on the dock?
I hadn't moved my token, but I would be near him, so I can.
Yeah, that's
I
what
would say yes. Yeah, I would say yeah.
Yeah.
I would say. Let me move the token over.
I mean, he said to the group, so I assumed we were all sort of gathered at this point because
I kind of did too.
Vorkris.
Yeah. All right. So as you are discussing this, there's a small splash in the water, and the fish like flies upwards and slaps you in the face, Jawbase. Whoosh! Take like a point of like wet bludgeoning damage because that was a really hard throw. But the fish like falls on the ground, it starts flopping around.
Scale damage.
I mean, the conversation is literally interrupted by a wet fish. What is this? A normal-looking fish, or is this some sort of?
Yeah, it's like
fish?
just a little pond fish. You know, it's edible. Like cook
Do
it.
we all
eat it.
see this? We all see this, right?
Yeah,
And we all group back.
yeah. This fish literally just comes flying out the water and just slaps Jawprix in the face.
So
Can I pick the fish up?
Yeah, it's floppy. It's still alive.
So I mean, the trees are alive. I mean, they're sentient around here. Am I able to? I may look kind of foolish doing this, but I could ask the fish and say, "Do you understand me? Do you?" You just hit me in the face. You
hold up the fish, and you can see its mouth moving, like it's just like struggling to breathe. Its lidless eyes staring at you.
I'm going to say, did you hear that, Joe Pricks? It says that you can only hear him if you're talented. Did you hear?
Emron, okay. Laugh it up, Emron. Okay, and then I'm gonna throw the fish back.
And it swims away.
Interesting. It seems like instead of the tree and the fish being sentient, maybe there's a force around here that's using them to do things. If you know what I mean.
I think so.
I mean, to call upon an old adage, there might be something in the water. If this place is a circle and there's a certain area where things aren't coming through.
Don't start telling me the water talks as well.
Maybe we can try and detect magic if we move out to the dock, the end of the dock. If I detect magic out there, maybe there might be a way I can hone in on a source of magic.
Maybe it could not even be magical. Who knows? Right. It might just be really good water.
Okay. Well, so I'm just going to say you guys spend 10 minutes to sit down and cast Detect Magic, and the only pings you get are from the items that you have in your possession. There's no magic happening around here that you can tell.
Okay. Good to know.
Yes, to Barrenbark as he's chopping his go.
I learned that one the hard way.
It's not good water.
No, it's just a little dirty. But
Oh,
boiling it will sort it out. So
you ever see anything from it? Anything strange around here, or is this just your own little piece of paradise?
no, I mean, it's just my place. It's my land. You know, I'll be honest. Other groups have kind of said the same thing you're saying to me. That things happen. It's just nothing ever happens to me. I just assume that it's a trick most of the time to get me to leave my land, but nothing happens to me. So
Perhaps nothing ever. He might.
it's weird. Whatever. I mean, you're only here for a day, so what does it matter?
Fair enough. You might just be the perfect man for this place, Bark. You really might.
Barrenbark, please. You're Bark, I'm Barrenbark.
That you are, brother. That you are. I'm just going to sort of leave him to his chopping and return to the group.
You fall over because your shoelaces have been tied. You're all right, buddy. You're all right. He goes over and he offers a hand to help you up.
Did you? There's something here, isn't there? And you're just very in tune with it, aren't you?
What?
That's what I thought. It's fine. I tend to tie my own shoelaces during conversations. It's fine.
You're weird.
Aren't we all, just in different ways? And with that, I'm gonna try and untie my shoes if the knot's not too bad, and then just walk back over.
No, it's fine. Looks like it was a quick and hasty knot sort of thing.
Emron, Cora, you're in tune with this kind of place, aren't you? There's something weird with these plants. This place is full of life in a way I've not seen in a long time.
It seems very mischievous, whatever it is. But I haven't got my normal spell of speaking to plants prepared for this, so I can't communicate with them until tomorrow.
Bark's going to take a very... Sorry, Karen.
I was going to say, I saw it. I saw that vine with Emron, and Borkris said that the tree slapped him in the face to try and protect him or something and chased the panther out. I don't know why I don't know why Joe Brooks was just talking to a fish over there, but I mean, something's going on, and I really don't know that Barrenbark gets it or sees it because he doesn't seem like he's being dishonest about it, but there's definitely something happening. And if there was something happening with the food at the Chin Ducks, it's not out of the question that there's something happening with the land up here too.
Bark's going to take a very deep breath in and let out a large exhale through the nose. I'm going to cast my primeval awareness across this land, just see if I pick up anything elemental, celestial, just anything along those lines.
Let me just read the primeval awareness again. You can send. You're in your favorite terrain, right?
Yes.
You can sense 3 types of creatures within 6 miles of you. You can sense elementals, fae, and undead.
I know
Well,
about the undead.
I mean, if you mention undead, then I'll gesture over at my zombies and say, I think I might be responsible for that.
Right.
I put
I'm
my
going to take
hands
the
up.
power out of your primeval awareness, unfortunately.
I could be the Fey one because I'm Eladrin now. My home's the Feywild.
Maybe I'm actually an elemental.
I don't
I
think
don't
you're
think
that.
he's ever picked you up before when he's opened that sense though.
Ah, maybe there's a kindred here somewhere.
Whatever it is, this place is definitely new or old or something, because there's a lot here. Undead we've had before from a lot of these things, but Fae I feel is new, and Elemental definitely isn't something I've picked up before yet. I used to think I have a common member that I have, but I've not cast it much.
Bark, did you tell us about something tying your shoes together?
I mean, you saw him fall over, so.
Yeah,
and
okay.
I think
Yeah,
we're all
we just
close
assumed
enough
that's
to
normal.
hear what he said.
I mean, from what I can gather, the tree slapped Emron. No, the vine slapped Emron, the tree slapped Vorkris, and I had my shoes tied together. There is definitely something natural and, as Emron said, mischievous in this place.
Right, right.
Or we just need to teach you how to tie your shoes.
Sounds very characteristic of Fae
So
influence.
Cora's gonna look to Emron and say, I know that that my mom and her kin used to like to play tricks on people. Although I feel like maybe I would spot a gnome around here. I don't know. I know that they like to talk to the Fae, and the Fae would sometimes do weird things like that as well. Do you speak Sylvan? I don't speak Sylvan. Do you speak Sylvan?
I should do. I don't actually. Common Druidic Elfic Primordial.
Cora, you feel a slight stinging sensation in the back of your head. You take a point of bludgeoning damage. You sort of, ow! You look around, there's like a stone that's been thrown at your head.
Ooh.
I'm going to pick up the stone and just kind of turn it over. I assume that there's nothing I can discern from it, but she would still be looking.
So one thing I can suggest we do, I don't know whether it'll work or not. Do you remember how I summoned a whole load of wolves to sniff out Renos?
Yeah.
Maybe and those wolves are from my home, from the Feywild. Do you reckon if I summon 8 of them again and ask them to see whether they can sniff out something from the Feywild, that might work? Or they might react to my wolves because they're from the same place, if it is a Fey.
I mean, could it hurt?
Well, hopefully it won't hurt us. Shall I do it?
Cora, you said gnomes, correct?
Yeah. And then I say, you know what? I'm going to hold on a second. And I'm going to start calling out in Gnomish and say, is there anybody there? If there is somebody there, fun and games are great, but that one hurt a little bit in the back of my head. So, if you wanted to come out and talk and maybe play, we could play together.
The only response you get is a chuckle from Barrenbark, who just goes, "That's a strange, really, really funny language." What's she saying?
Can I? Sorry, I just want to. I would have heard Cora say that,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Can I go next to her? Just basically say the same thing, but in deep speech.
Yeah. So Carrie
This
says
is evil.
almost the same thing in a much more harsh and coarse language. The only response you get,
That
Carrie,
noise.
is like,
Cora is stepping away from that.
the only response you get, Carrie, is Barrenbark looks at you and says, "That's fucking weird. Little girl like you shouldn't be
So it's
making
not
noises
evil.
like that."
It's not evil.
I know it's not evil. It's just I'm fairly certain you said some swear words there at least.
All of it.
Anyway, we've got like an hour of sun left, guys. Stop playing Mystery Crew and do your chores, please.
Yeah, sorry. The stone being thrown at the back of my head hurt a little bit though, but I'm gonna go and forage on. I got this. But maybe you could keep your eyes open, because I know you don't believe us, but this is like 4 people it's happened to now. Everybody was like,
I think we were all waiting for Jack, and then he just didn't do anything.
Yeah.
just ironically, nobody else was moving.
Always
And I'm
standing
like,
very, very still. Oh, there he is.
No, that's all Barrenbark had to say to that.
We missed it.
Wait,
We didn't hear you say anything.
froze. We didn't hear anything.
He said, I'll keep my eyes open.
Oakley dokley. I'm gonna walk back over to the little pen of food.
Okay. So, you guys get on with your assorted chores. A little sore from the whips and the stones and whatever and what have yous, but you get on with it as best as you can, really. Soon enough, the sun begins to set. The orange sky appears overhead. I believe it's Lisma and Bark. You guys are working on the dock, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
No. You've added probably another 6-7 planks to the whole, process. Really. Like you have to find the longest process of it is getting one of the longer stakes, shall we say, and just finding a nice secure part in the pond to dig it into to make sure it doesn't fall over and tie it up with rope. There's a small little current and added with some wind and stuff that just makes the whole process a little bit slower. But you're able to add a little bit more to it all. So you've done some work to it. You can tell that this is like a multi-day project. And now you know why Barrenbark basically has people help out with it. So you've taken your shirts off because it's hot work, and it's and now you've sort of stopped. You're now noticing the colder air as the sun's beginning to go down. You're in a bit of a colder climate. So you're going to turn put your clothes back on. However, they are frozen stuck to the planks of wood.
Like magically so, like the temperature's just dipped.
As in the temperature just dipped, but seemingly localized to your shirts.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, it's a bit chilly. Like, I think I could have used my nipples right now to cut these steaks.
I'd rather not hear about your nipples. I mean, slowly sort of crossing his arms just so they rubbing his forearms so they go back down.
I mean, your shirts aren't stuck on there. I mean, with an appropriate application of force, you could get them off. It's like you just went down to pick them up and they just didn't initially come up because they are frozen to the wood.
Okay, I would gently try and get mine up, try not to tear it.
I mean,
It kind of sticks off a little bit. Lismo, I want you to make a strength saving throw, please.
Cora mumbles about how Isaac could have used his prestidigitation to heat them up and get them out without ripping them. He's not even here to hear it.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh.
I was just going to say.
Waiting for that.
I'm going to say respond. Isaac's gone. Let it go, Cora.
He's dead. He didn't care about you so much that he just went ahead and died. I mean, how ungrateful is that?
Cora
Yeah.
walked away over here by herself.
Right, so
Right, I've just got a question. Where did Derek learn invisibility?
Well, listen, as you are bending down to pick up the shirt, you feel a sudden shove coming from behind you, and whoa, and you nearly fall into the water. And you turn around. The only person there is Bark.
Bark, what are you doing?
Oh.
I mean, a good evening swim's good for the body if you've never taken a cold dip before. Suppose you're a warrior.
But a bit nice, you know.
The surprise is what makes it all the better. If you don't know it's coming, it just hits you that harder. Come on. Don't be such a pussy.
Well, you jump in then.
All right. And Bark's just gonna jump straight in.
All right, Bark. So you jump into water. Oh shit, that's cold.
See a big chill up and go, oh, that's refreshing.
I mean, it is cold. Few fish immediately swim away from you because a big half orc just jumped in and scared the shit out of them. Are you treading water?
I don't know. Am I? Is it that deep?
Yeah, you can.
I'd just be I'd sort of. I don't know. I'd be up sort of chest height.
Yeah.
Just sort of scrubbing off, rubbing in, getting a good wash going. It's been a while.
Well, that's good.
Lisma would probably smell his armpits and be like, ugh, and probably jump in after.
So, Bark, you get drenched as Lisma jumps in after you, and now you are both. Oh fuck, that's cold. Yeah. So you're both wet. You're both in the pond. Can both of you make dexterity saving throws, please?
Yeah.
Eaten by a lake monster.
Ooh, look at that.
Okay. So, Bark, you feel something slap across your leg a little bit. Oh, whatever that was. Lisma, you are dragged very quickly out into the water, and you are submerged beneath it.
Oh, good.
What's your Constitution modifier, Lisma?
That's free.
Right, so you can hold your breath for 3 minutes.
Okay.
How far out did he go?
Probably about 20, 25 feet.
Ooh, that's quite far.
You just saw him just go, whoa! I'm like, Lisma, you don't have dark vision, do you? So you can't really see.
No.
I want you to make a perception check at disadvantage, please.
Oh
Fucking well done. All right, so you can
That
clearly
was
see.
lucky. That was so
You can
lucky.
clearly see there is nothing on your leg at all. You can't see anything hooked across your leg. You felt something yank your leg, but there's nothing on there at the moment. And you go to swim up, but something is forcing you down. Like something is above you, pushing you down. And you can't seem to break that. You can't seem to swim to the surface. You just keep on being pushed further down and down.
I think for a second I would panic, but then calm down, and I've seen all this magic recently and had that spark in my hand, and I think I'd focus intently on just breaking free and try to break free. And
I want you to make an athletics check, please. So you struggle, and you seem to gain some leeway. That's when you see, just for a brief moment, this hand in the water reach up and grab you over your face and just continue to push you down. It is cold. It feels bad. You've been underneath the water for about a minute now. Lisma went down under the water about a minute ago. He's not come back up.
Yeah, fair enough. So, obviously, being in the water myself, I would just turn around and shout as loud as humanly possible.
I'd say he's out there, Eliza.
Yeah, I would just turn around and shout as loud as possible. Lismer's been dragged under, everyone. I'm going in. Come to the shoreline now and try and help me. And I'm just going to start pacing my way out there like Olympic swimming style.
Make an
To
athletics
get to
check.
where he was and go down. Try and find him. And I mean, I assume he's quite close. He's not close to the surface, but if I dive under, I can see him.
Well, I want you to make an athletics check first.
Cool. Athletics. Luckily, I am so huge. But I'm also a natural 1.
Yeah. So there's this current that forces, like you can swim and you can get there, but it will take you probably about a minute to get there because there just seems to be some kind of current at the moment.
So watching him struggle, I'd grab a piece of rope on my pack. I'd hand one end to Zirek because he seems to be standing next to me, and I would misty step out to the spot where I saw Bark trying to swim too, because I don't think I actually saw Lisma go down. But I just misty step straight out of there into the water. So, but with the rope in my hand.
Oh shit, that's cold. Yeah, you got the rope in your hand, definitely. So you are now treading water. You see Bark Vorkris has appeared in front of you. Lisma, I want you to make another athletics check, please. As this hand, you only saw it for a brief moment, it disappears, but you can feel a pressure, a force pushing you downwards. However, you are able to beat that force, and you're swimming back upwards now. And after about 2 minutes underneath the water, you break the surface of the water, and Vorkris and Bark are right beside you.
So I'm going to take the rope quickly from Vorkis and like wrap it around one arm, so it's sort of like wrapped around my forearm. I'm just going to grab Lismer and just say, "Pull, everyone!" And just.
And when he's done that, I would grab Vorkris as well.
Jesus, I'm not that strong.
I think we'll all be pulling.
Yeah, it's fine. Vorkris will misty step back.
Cora would also be.
Do that with people.
That's now all of his level 2 spell slots.
Sorry, sadly.
Cora would be yelling at Barrenbark at this point, and saying, "Whatever is here that protects you is hurting us. I need you to help us."
I don't. Okay, and he just rushes into the water, starts swimming. Lismer and Bark.
We've got a rope bound them now. We're pulling them in.
Well, he doesn't think like that. He reacts. Lismer and Bark, I want you to both make strength saving throws, please. Oh, nice.
Yeah, when push comes to shove, Orky's strong.
So, Bark, you feel something grab onto your leg. However, you yank it away. However, Lismer breaks from your hands, and he is dragged back beneath the surface of the water again.
Can I try and contest
who's
it?
holding onto the rope?
Me.
Who's holding onto the rope?
Me.
Oh.
I want everybody who's holding onto the rope to make a strength check, please.
Okay.
I probably would be getting into position to grab the rope, but I've only just got here, so.
Yeah.
I thought the rope was wrapped round Lisma. Is that why we're doing one?
It's
I'm
not
Yeah.
going to
Yeah.
go well, I don't think. Ooh.
Alright, so Zirek, Cora, and Dorprix, and Carrie.
Thanks for your help, Carrie.
Carrie helps. Carrie
Wow,
helps.
we have the same modifier too, Carrie. Oh.
I was really excited to know or not. I was thinking, should I or not?
So everybody holds onto the rope, and you all hold your ground, but you feel this sudden yank, like whoa, like you're almost pulled into the water yourselves, but you're all able to stand your ground. Bark, what was it you wanted to do?
Can I not try and contest this grab of Lisner with my own strength? Like with the one because I'm holding on to him, so this thing, it would pull against me, surely, and everyone else, because I'm not.
I want you to make a strength check as well as you're holding on to him.
Okay.
Because he's just being yanked beneath the surface again by a very, very powerful force.
So it's not a save. It's just a straight up strength.
It's just a check, please.
Yeah.
You grab his hand, and you are nearly dragged underneath the water yourself. However, with the fact that the rope is there, you're able to drag Lisbeth back up over the water. So, Lisbeth, you are coughing and sputtering at the moment as something is yanking on your leg hard and repeatedly.
So it's still yanking it, is it? Because I want to try something.
Not that. Well, you can see Lisbeth he's
bobbing up and down.
Violently bobbing.
I'm going to cast Fairy Fire at where that area is. It's an area spell. So if anything, if it fails to say, if it's a thing, if it fails the saving throw, it'll be covered in glitter. It'll glow. So we'll see what it is essentially, if it's a thing.
And if it is, we'll get a magic missile. We're gonna kill it.
What's your spell save DC?
It is 14 dexterity.
Okay. So you go to cast it. Bark and Lismer, I kind of need you guys to make dexterity saving throws as well, actually.
They might be glowing.
Listen, you start glowing. You are glowing. And it helps.
The thought in Lisbeth's head will be, maybe I am an elemental.
So, Lisma, you are being yanked, and you can all see Lisma slowly glowing in the water. You can see his outlines, and there is one thing you do see. Bark and Lisma, because you are close enough. In the water, where Lisma's ankle is, there is a part of him that is faded out in black, almost as if it's been covered by a hand.
Can we see that?
No, because you're too far away, unfortunately.
Okay.
Like humanoid, long, lanky, sort of what we kind of hand we talk about. Too blurry.
It's a bit too blurry. Medium size, as best you can tell.
Does it look physical?
Has a physical outline from what you can see.
Right.
I take it we would assume that it's grabbing his leg, right?
Yeah, you can see him bobbing up and down. But however, everybody's holding onto the rope. Everyone casts this. Bark and Lisma can see this. At this point, Barrenbark has gotten out to you, and as soon as he basically grabs onto the rope alongside you, Bark is swimming alongside you. You can see that hand let go, and Lisma, you can tread water, swim without any issues. That pressure on the rope for everybody disappears, and you all start.
And we all fall backwards.
Yeah, basically backwards. Whoa!
Nice.
So, Barrenbark grabs Bark by the scruff of his neck, who grabs Lisma by the scruff of his neck, and you all start swimming backwards with the assistance of the rope to shore. You all get out. You're wet, you're cold, but you are safely out of the water. That's a bit.
So what do you call that, Barrenbark?
Oh, a bad swimming lesson.
He probably didn't see it. It went away before he came to rescue them.
Something was in there, Barrenbark.
Yeah, it looked like it. That's weird.
Can I have a look at Barrenbark to see whether he's wearing any rings or any necklaces? Basically, is he carrying something that protects him from things?
I want you to make an Arcana check for the bits of pieces he does have on.
Of course, it's shit. 9.
I mean, he doesn't wear any rings. He does have a necklace that's made of apparently beast-like tooths around him, but that's traditional orc, garments and jewelry. Like, it's nothing beyond what a normal orc would wear.
Bark's gonna spit out like a glob of dirty water from his. So, Barrenbark, how did you get here? I want to know exactly when and how. How many days, how many moon cycles, however you count. When did you arrive here?
A couple of months ago.
And you've not seen anything of this place like this since then?
I've never seen anything like that. That was really weird. It was like someone was trying to drag him underneath the water.
Something was trying to drag him under the water. There's something in that water. I knew there was something about it. And you've not seen anything of it.
Oh no, just fish in there. I'll go fishing in there. I'll get my dinner and my breakfast out of there. If I don't like fish, I'll go get some berries. If I don't want berries, I'll go get some wolf or rabbit meat or something.
Looking at Barrenbark when he talks, does his sort of nonchalant manner now seem more like it's induced ignorance rather than him just not giving a shit about the area he lives in? Like, is there a sort of like vacantness to him, or is he very well aware?
He's fully aware. Who did we just lose, by the way?
Somebody who's back.
Yeah, there we go. Looking about him, like, he's fully aware of what he's saying. He is showing some concern on his face. He's not, like, he's definitely surprised that happened. He wasn't expecting that to happen. He's never seen that happen before. He's not panicking or anything, but that's just because the message you get from him is that he's a particularly chilled individual.
I want to whisper to Bark so that Barrenbark cannot hear. I want to say I have the ring of water breathing. I don't think that he understands what's going on, but whatever it is seems to not be aggressive to him and also almost protect him. Do you think there's a way that we could get him to find anything out for us in that lake?
I don't think he cares enough to inquire about anything in this place. He's far too content with the life he lives. And whatever lives in that lake is content with him being here. They're either made through coincidence or there's something about him that they like. I can't tell, but I would like that ring off you at some point. I hate water.
Yeah, me too now. I assume I'm now and alive.
Well, if we're done swimming for today, guys, if you guys want some food, I'll go cook some things for you. If you want to get the fire started, it'll be dark very soon.
I'll get the fire started, being just as wet as the others now.
A fire sounds great right now.
Yeah.
I'm gonna walk over to the fire pit and because Bark is the closest to her size, so probably would not have clothes that anybody else could lend him. She would take off her cloak and offer it to him if he's cold. Do you want to wear this until you warm up?
Yeah, as Lismer said, my nipples could cut, well, pretty much anything right about now.
So with that, her purple is going to turn very red and she's going to look down at the ground and walk to wherever the hell the fire pit is.
All right.
Bark's going to tussle his hair off with the thing and look back at that lake with extreme distrust before warming himself around the fire.
So, an hour passes. Barrenbark prepares a meal for all of you. It's basic enough. And you all get the fire going. Barrenbark is currently sitting out on the docks. Looks like he's playing a small little harmonica. You know, looks like something. He looks like he's chiseled himself, whilst the rest of you sit around a fire. It's about this point you all get cravings. You all get hungry. It's been about a day, give or take. You've eaten. You've not eaten the really good food. You have some stuff in your packs. Would anybody like to partake of the food?
Lisbon would definitely have an apple.
All right. Roll.
Oh.
So, Lisma, you dig into the apple. Roll a d4 for me, please. You have gained 2 hit points permanently to your hit. Two permanent increases to your hit points. And that craving of yours, Lisma, is somewhat satiated for now. But you have a desire for more. What about the rest of you?
Do all of us
Would
feel
I-
this at the same level, even though, like, Lismer's been Fatty McPatterson? Everyone's only eaten one.
Lisma feels it more than the rest of you. The rest, like for Lisma, it's like, oh, I really want to eat this. For the rest of you, it's more like, I really like to eat this.
Yeah.
I mean, Bark straight up ignoring that, just chowing down whatever Barrenbarks made.
So, Bark, you're not eating, is that right?
No.
Okay.
I think
Joe
I'd
Pricks is
ignore it as
not-
well.
Yeah.
Carry on.
Go ahead. I think Joe Pricks would ignore it and just be mistrustful of it and just deal with the hunger pangs that come with the, craving.
All right then. So I'm assuming Lisma is the only person who eats the food.
How big of a deal is he making over feeling obsessed with this food?
As much as he wants to roleplay, I guess. Like, Lisma, from your perspective, you really, really, really like the food, and you want more. From everybody else's perspective, you really, really like the food, and you feel like having more. There's a slight subtle differences. Basically, in this case, for Lisma, I would require a saving throw not to eat the food. The rest of you, you can just choose not to eat the food.
So, with that in mind, Cora is suspicious, and she's gonna get up, like she is going to the bathroom. She's not gonna say anything though because she doesn't want to lie, and she's going to ask Emron if he has seen any oak trees around.
Have I seen any oak trees around on the way in?
There are some trees around, yeah.
Yeah, sure. Do you want me to show you where it is?
Yeah, I mean, could you just like point me to the nearest one, please?
Okay, I'll come with you.
Alright. She began walking away from the camp.
So
Lisma would notice this and be like, "Oh, I guess I've got to talk to some trees."
Actually, I will actually say that to Lisma as well. We're just going to talk to some trees as talented people. You can just stay where you are. See ya.
I was going to look at Lismer and go,
You see a tear slowly come from my eye.
Lismer, I wouldn't worry about it. Emron says he's talented, but he's really lying.
To be fair, I haven't really seen him do anything other than
I
wind
don't
people
think
up
any of
and
us have,
lose.
to be honest.
he turned into an Allosaurus and turned Xeric into a mammoth.
Yeah, he
Yeah, I wouldn't have seen that. I was the other side of Big Mum.
It's a shame I didn't hear what he just said. I just ran off.
So as we're away, Cora had already been suspicious of the food, and then just watching Lismer continue to be obsessed with it and know what happened to the chin tucks with it. She's gonna look at you, Emron, and say, "I think we have to get rid of the food. I think we have to get rid of the chin tuck food."
What we took from them when we left?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you suggest we do? Do we take a hole and chuck it all in there? What
I
we doing?
mean, I don't know. Like maybe he can sniff it out like a dog at this point. I just think that I don't know if we throw it in the river. I don't know if we burn it. I just really don't have a good feeling about this, and I'd rather forage for something, then eat this, or have him continue to eat this, and then maybe decide one day that Furball looks tasty too. So I don't know. Do you think I'm overreacting? I just really don't like what it's doing to him, and I know that like I'm even starting to crave it, and I don't want to act like that, and I certainly don't want to be chin tuck level.
Well, okay, but where am I going to put 69 Chintuck's apples that I've got left?
I could tell you.
We could throw it.
You're not there. And also
could throw them in the
14 meals I've got in the bag of holding as well.
We could just dump it in the river when people are asleep. Like if you're taking a watch or something, we could just dump it in the river, I guess.
Okay, that's a good idea. Let's do that.
Okay, so Emerald
But
and
the
Cora,
only problem is though, Cora, you know, when you throw apples in the river, it bobs up to the surface. It won't it will just be like bobbing apples. 69 apples bobbing along the river.
69 apples bobbing in the river. 69 bobbing apples.
So she's going
you take one out,
to.
you throw it away. 68 apples left in the bag of holding.
That's it.
She's gonna say,
should we throw it into the panthers?
Oh, we could do that, or like I could smash them up with my mace. I don't know. I mean, that's a good point about the buoyancy of the fruit too. But
why don't we just throw it at the boundary where Forcris saw the panthers? So A, will either hit the panthers, which is great, or B, no one will go in there. They're just going to be killed.
You don't want to hit the wildlife. They're just doing their thing. But like, I mean, I don't know if they ate them. Would that make them? I guess they want to eat us, but that'll make them harder to kill too, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So maybe we should just smash them.
Okay, let's try tree stump, and then I'll just put one apple at a time. While Cora just goes smash, like chopping wood.
Takes you about 20 minutes to do it, but you do smash up all the apples and the meals, and you just create a mess. You get covered in apple juices and all kinds of bits, but I would say in your time away from the camp, you successfully destroy all of the Chintuck's food that was in the bag of holding. Whilst you're doing this, both of you get massively bad headaches.
Oh, okay.
Massively bad headaches. And you feel like you really want the food, but you keep on at it. And eventually the food is destroyed and the headaches reach like pivotal level.
Oof.
And your bodies convulse and you go through like 5 minutes of intense shivers and extreme sweating and headaches. Cora, you take 5 points of psychic damage and your hit points are reduced by 5.
Permanently or temporarily?
Permanently. Emron, you also feel the same. You take 3 points of psychic damage and your hit points are also reduced permanently by that amount.
3, okay.
Yeah. However, after about 5 minutes, your body seems to work through whatever it was going through. You basically sit up and you're like, oh god, that was awful. But you are okay, you're fine. Lismer, as you're chowing down on this, listening to the harmonical musics of Barrenbark, you see the rest of your party suddenly get overcome with an intense bout of flu-ness, sickness. You see them having cold sweats. It feels like for the rest of you, it feels really bad. It kind of all comes pretty much almost the same time. Kerry, you take 14 points of psychic damage and your hit points are reduced permanently by that amount.
Liz and we're about to not be something.
Oh,
This
no.
happens to him.
I feel like if I don't eat an apple, I die.
You
Good thing you
take
have a
5
healing
points.
potion.
Bark, you take 5 points of psychic damage, and your hit points are also reduced permanently by that amount.
Cool.
Jawpricks, you take. I don't seem to have written down the food that you took.
I think I ate once of the garlic bread that was.
Yeah, so you would have rolled. I'm gonna have to. You increased your hit points, didn't you, by an amount proportionate to what you rolled? Basically, you lose that. I'm gonna have to dig into. So I'm just gonna say on average.
I have it marked in the. I have it marked in the notes, like timestamp where it was. So if you were. If you remind me, I will go back and look.
That wasn't a dig. That was an absolute compliment, by the way.
Right,
it should be pretty easy for me to find.
Yes. I don't know where it was, but if you could find it and let me know what you rolled, that's how much your hit points are reduced by Jawpricks. Just for now, I'm just going to say the average of 4 is what you've reduced, and that is subject to being changed as to what the actual number was. And I apologise. I thought I wrote it into your character sheet in the GM section, but apparently I didn't.
That's fine.
Xeric, you take. For some reason, I also didn't write it down for you as well. So I'll do the same thing. You take 4 points of psychic damage, and your hit points are reduced by that amount.
No worries.
Until we know what the proper number is. Vorkris, I know for a fact I wrote your fucking number down.
Is this when it's not there and you're like, what?
Yeah, so Vorkris, you take 18 points of psychic damage, and your hit points are reduced by that amount.
While all this is happening, this will be confused, being like, guys, I was the one that was getting dragged in the river. It's like, you can chill, it's fine.
However, after about 5 minutes of intense shivers, you guys are able to shake off this effect, and you come back to normal. Kerry, are you there?
She's writing in the Roll20 chat.
Oh yeah. Just make sure you update your character sheet with the correct points now. Yeah, that's right. You took 14 points of psychic damage, and your hit points were reduced by 14 as well. The same with everybody else. So, well, not everybody, but like whatever their number they rolled. So basically, you reduce your hit points, and then take the damage.
So I'm going to say to Cora, because we're still in the sticks, having just smashed all this food, do you think it's related how we feel really bad as we were smashing this food, and now I don't feel the same?
No. Kerry, your hit point maximum is reduced by 14, and then you take 14 points of psychic damage.
So she would look back at you and say, "Yeah, I think that it's related, and I hope that was a good thing. I mean, I don't feel I feel better than I did when I was, shaking, but I don't feel quite as good as I did before I smashed the apples, and I really don't know if I just hurt everybody else too, and I feel really bad, but I really think that it was the right decision, and I don't know."
Well, I think it's the right decision because, nothing good happens for no reason, right? I kind of think maybe that was kind of cursed.
Right, and it could have gone much worse, right? I just
Cora, what if everyone is dead when we go back?
Oh my God! And she's sobbing, and she runs back. She doesn't even listen to the rest of what you have to say, and she runs back, and she sees everybody.
You run back to the fire, and you find everybody still sitting around the fire. It looks like they just went for an intense amount of chills, and everybody except Lisma has been sweating a lot, but everybody's okay.
So she's going to be sobbing still,
and look at everybody and go, I'm sorry, it's my fault. It's my fault. I got rid of all of the Chintuk food, and that's why you don't feel so well right now. But I really think that it was the best decision for everybody because I don't think that it was going to lead us to anywhere good. And I didn't want anybody to eat anybody else.
Cora, calm down. It's fine.
I'm sorry you don't feel good.
You got rid of the food? What? Why'd you get rid of the food? What am I going to eat?
Lismer, shut up.
Eat what everybody
Normal
else
food.
eats.
But that food was good. It made me feel better.
Yeah, I don't think that it would have made you feel better in the long run.
I'm
You
gonna
saw
give
what
you-
happened to Ma.
I'm going to give a really evil smirk to Lismer and just go, you're going to feel that at some point. You know that, right?
Yeah, he is.
That's what you get for thinking with that, not that. As I point at his stomach and then his head.
I was going to say, like, what the hell are you pointing to there?
I mean, I don't think that works well enough for you to be thinking of that. So,
All right. If that's the correct number, Jawpricks, then please reduce that amount from your hit points and then take 15 points of psychic damage.
Yeah, I think it had to be. I'm just recalculating from start, and I always take the average, so I think so. And I remember I rolled wells also.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you two finally listened to me and got rid of that fucking food. Told you it was a bad idea.
As Bark says that, Cora's gonna put her head down and walk away a little bit. She's still feeling really bad, and she doesn't feel like she doesn't listen to you, so she's just gonna.
As you walk away, you trip over a strangely placed rock on the ground. You fall straight over towards what appears to be a very serrated, small stake on the ground. I want you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Ooh.
So you're able to just avoid it from going through your face, which is what's going to happen. You move to the side and it scrapes you along your shoulder. You take 3 points of slashing damage, and that bloody hurts.
I'm just gonna stay on the ground. I'm probably gonna pull my knees into my chest. Look at this serrated blade thing.
It's not. It's like a stake. Basically, it's just sharpened stake, basically.
Okay. But it wasn't there before?
No.
It doesn't look organic. It looks like a.
It looks like it honestly, actually, it looks like it could have been snapped off by one of the fences here, or maybe just one of the bits of wood that Barrenbark chopped. Yeah.
I mean, watching her fall over, Bark would instantly run over and coming into more of a ranger than a barbarian. He throws his hand to her shoulder and casts Cure Wounds to sort of smooth off the bit of, the indent of the spike. Are you all right?
Yeah.
Lisbeth would also come over just
to
to make
whatever.
sure she didn't drop any apples, to see if there were any hidden or anything.
Oh, unfortunately.
I wasn't carrying him.
Seeing the steak, he'd be like, Bark, did you try to cut a steak with your nipples?
I'm just going to turn around to Lismer with teeth jutting out and a big glare and just point to him. Just shut up, Lismer. Just stop for 2 seconds, please. Just stop being you. And then I'm going to grab this stake in the ground. Is it rooted into the ground?
A little, yeah.
It looks like it's been placed there.
Yeah, it looks like it's been placed there. You yank it out, and it comes out.
I think whatever is in this lake is telling us to leave.
Do we want to be leaving now? I mean, surely if we just set up a little magical hut, we'll be safe inside the hut because that's what the hut does, and then we can leave first thing in the morning. We don't want to be walking around strange lands at dark.
That's a good idea.
I don't even know how much the hut is going to help us if the grass doesn't like us.
The more I look at this, the more I think the water is controlling everything around here. If water's life, then surely if it's got this much reach, it could breathe life into the surrounding areas, start messing with us.
Cora's still on the ground, like this, with her face smushed. And she's going to kind of look up and say, did say that some of us could sleep in his hut with him. So maybe since it likes to leave him alone, maybe as many people that could be in there should go in.
And they looked to go, Cora, did you take that ring that lets people see things from the one we killed? What was his face? Jimmy?
Yep.
Can I have that for a second, please?
She's gonna reach into her bag and hold it up. I think you have to, it's not gonna work until you sit with it for a little bit, though.
Yeah, it's an attunement item.
Yeah. He's going to take it from her and just run a hand across her head and just go, it's not your fault, I'm not blaming you, don't feel bad. And I'm going to stand up and go, Dorprex, have you still got your water-breathing ring?
Right here.
Cora's just going to say to you before you continue, if you decide to look at anybody naked, just ask their permission first. And,
Consent.
Yeah, I mean, just don't say, can I look at you? Just say I want to look underneath your clothes. Just make sure that the person who you're trying to look at knows that you're trying to look at them, because they probably won't be as understanding as me. So, yeah, if that's what you're going to do with it.
For the first time, probably Bark's cheeks are going to go a deeper shade of green. And he's just going to go, yeah, all right, that's what Ma taught me to. It's fine. I'm not that kind of orc. He's going to almost sort of fluster towards Jorprix and take the ring.
Yeah, same goes for me, Bark, too.
I mean, you're such a handsome man. How could I not?
Please ask, but protect the decorum of an older man like myself, please. Don't make that mistake.
Liz will be like, if you see any apples, let me know.
Cora's gonna yell from where she is and say, I don't think his ball throw is as impressive as everybody's making it out to be. I wouldn't waste your time looking for it.
You need a wide angle lens or something. You need something, some kind of a tool to find it anyway. It wouldn't be worth the effort.
Also, we established that he's got loads of pubes, didn't we, from a previous conversation?
Amazing. No.
Just the image of Lismer naked. Right, okay.
No, Jorprix, not Liz. I mean, if that's what you want to look at, that's fine. But
I mean, you're gonna have to deal with. Just don't look at anybody. Just don't look at anybody at all.
I mean, you're such a silver fox wizard. Come on. All right, hold on. Give me a sec. Let me recompose.
What?
Taking the two rings in hand, he's going to look at it and go, I think we need to find out what's in there. And I think if I can breathe underwater and look a lot better, I might be able to figure it out.
I can probably the lake's just part of it. It doesn't necessarily mean there's something in there. I know there's a hand, but there was trees moving and there's plants doing stuff out here. I think it's just the area. I have an idea, but it's not a very good one. But it doesn't mean you can't carry on with your plan. And I'd like to start ritual casting comprehend languages.
Okay.
I'm wondering if there's some strong elemental magic or elementals here, because you sensed that there were elementals, and obviously something was in the water. I don't know if that could be a water elemental, but I'm not sure that. I think Vorkris is right. I'm not sure it's only a water elemental. It could be several things going on here.
But if it's all I know is I saw a hand on Lisbeth trying to drag him down. If this is just an elemental, it's an exceptionally powerful one, and the area concerns me. It might just be old hunter's instincts, but I don't like leaving that kind of thing living here if it's only happy with my orc friend over there.
There's a small sound of sliding. Kerry, one of the slaps from the building falls off and hits you square on the head. You take a point of damage.
Shield. I was waiting for that to happen at some point. Something to hit me. Shield? No? Okay. How much damage?
Just a point.
Oh. Well.
Barrenbark calls, like, starts playing on his harmonica and calls out and says, "Hey, would you mind not breaking my house, please?"
I think your house is trying to break me. With all due respect.
I mean, your head looks fine. That flat looks broken.
Wait, don't tell me the house talks as well.
I mean,
I'm just gonna put my hand up.
I hope not. Otherwise, it would have heard everything I said to it. So
I'm gonna put my hand up and just physically be like, I can't reach that.
okay.
I mean, what do you all think?
What do we do if we? What's the protocol if we find it? What do we do then?
Burn it.
Reason with it, perhaps find out what it is or what it wants. There's a lot of new magic and newness to this world. If we can stop it being as big a bastard to everyone apart from this guy, it might work out better for everyone.
I'm going to ask you if you can make me some apples.
I can't make you some apples, but I can pluck one from a tree for you.
Oh, are they good?
They're apples.
The Chintuks never came around here, did they? Picking your apples by any chance?
He said they were
Well,
there.
They never came to pick apples, but I had interacted with the Pa, that guy over there, and his son. I think about 2 or 3 times in my time here.
What did they want with you?
Well, they were just scavenging for food, really.
Well, I'll take some apples if
Yeah.
you've got some.
They're in a tree over there somewhere. You can go.
Lisbon would go try and pick apples. As a player, I'm looking for a placebo, if that can be possible.
Yeah. So Lisma goes off to tree to start picking some apples, whereas Barrenbark responds to your question and says, sometimes they had some items they wanted to see if they could trade. I said, I wasn't really into that sort of thing. And I was like, well, all right then, and they left. Like, my interactions with them were barely longer than 10-15 minutes or so.
Do you ever remember seeing them hunting around here or being close to your land?
No. I'll say I did.
Well, I don't know, guys, but I don't like the look of this lake anymore.
He's gonna sit up.
I mean, it's just a lake.
Completely exhausted.
Right. Some weird things are happening.
What do you know about the Ojibwe?
The Ojibwe?
Yeah.
There are peoples.
Yeah, but you know more than that.
Well, I'm going off second-hand information here. But if they are around the passed away line, I mean, I don't think they look like you or me. I mean, from what I've been able to gather, I can't claim to say I'm a very smart person, but from what I've been able to gather, I think they were taller than most people. I think they had 4 fingers as well, just from things that have been found, you know.
So, Cora's gonna stand all the way up back again, but she is very slumpy, humped over, and she's gonna go to Emron and say, "Do you have the book? I mean,
which one?"
So, the one where we've been drawing pictures so we could take it back to Hunter Lexi.
Yep, there you go. I'll hand it
So
over.
I'm gonna take it and I'm gonna go to Barrenbark and I'm gonna flip to the page that has the Abandoned and the Grim and the Prime Grim and all that. And I said, "Do they look like this?"
Looks like a bastard version of that, but yeah.
Ooh.
I mean, in the sense that they have 4 fingers and that they have bigger hands, but I mean, I can't say I've ever met an Ojibwe. I've just heard stories, travelers and the like.
They were supposed to be good, right? These things that we
I know.
came across were not good.
I heard that they're just people. I don't even know. We don't even know if they're still around or anymore. I mean, talk of the land is that there used to be some peoples here, and now there ain't.
Okay. I have a couple more questions for you.
Okay.
What do you know of Greyhelm and the Hunting Braves?
Hunting Braves, they're a bunch of hunters. They're like a little guild that they've formed up a little bit northeast of here. Greyhelm is it's a building, a place, it's like a graveyard. Oh, not even a graveyard. It's like a temple or something like that. Or it was here where we found it, which is interesting to people who are interested in that sort of stuff, not me.
But I mean, the Hunting Braves told you about Greyhelm, right?
Yeah.
And then you told Raster about it. He
Yeah.
wants to actually meet with you at some point.
Well, I know. I went down to his den probably about a month and a half or so ago. I was looking to trade supplies, so I was running a little bit low on necessities and stuff.
Yeah. He's kind of not the most honest person in the world. I think he's probably opportunistic, but yeah, we just left there when we came up here, and he did ask us to see
Well,
if
the
he
Hunting
would meet anything.
Braves, as far as I can tell, they're the people that have gone out the furthest. Like, if you meet the Hunting Braves, then that's as far as anyone's gone in the New World. As far they're mixed people. I'd say some of them are good, some of them are bad. They all like to hunt animals. I know that much.
It's the last time you had contact with one.
A few weeks ago.
Did they also not get, attacked by animals like you?
No, they got attacked. When they came here, they were fine.
Hmm. You don't really know a ton about Greyhelm?
Beyond that, I heard somebody say it was the archaeological find of the century or the millennium or something like that, but it goes right over my head.
Was that, that red tiefling that came through here? Is that who said that?
No, it was one of the Hunting Braves, actually.
Did they mention what they found?
Well, they mentioned that they couldn't get in.
Yeah.
Something about a key. It needs to be, tuned or something. I don't know.
Do you know how it has to be tuned?
I think they mentioned something about a ritual done on site or something. I don't know.
But the Hunting Braves told you about the ritual?
Yeah. Well, they said that that's what they were able to figure out, but they didn't know what the ritual was because they couldn't get in.
Who does get in there?
I don't know. No one, as far as I know.
Well, somebody has to if they've seen them do rituals to be able to get in there.
Maybe go ask the Hunting Braves.
I think that we're probably going to, we'll probably find them, you think, on our path from here to Greyhelm, right?
They're a little bit off of Greyhelm, I think. You need to go to Hunter's Rest. You got a map?
Yeah, Emron.
Take it out, hand it over.
So I'm just waiting for the map to load for me.
Would it be in colour?
It is. Beep, beep, beep.
Oh, yes, down there, isn't it? A really big map. There we go.
Very
It's
pixelated from you.
Yeah, it's very blurred out for me at the moment, so I'm just waiting for
Well, it's a big map. It takes a few
Oh,
seconds to
okay.
load, depending on either
Yeah.
your internet or Roll20's internet, both of which could be crap at any time. So yeah.
There we go. Yeah, he takes out the map and he says, "Yeah, they're right over here."
Ooh.
Did anyone else see a ping? Did I just miss it?
That just got
I
uncovered.
missed
Here.
it.
Yeah.
Ah,
Oh.
I see. Yeah, happy days.
Got like 15 pings now.
I love
It makes
that.
sense that the hunters are a bit hunter's rest.
Since you're at it, I might as well show you where the way line is.
Oh, it's only 25 feet away. Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In a single bound.
I've been around I've been as far out as over here.
Ooh.
That's the way line there. It goes all the way down
Here.
What
to
is
here.
that?
It's over by the river.
That there's some buildings up there. I went there, but I didn't get any too far. There's a thing around there. I didn't want to mess with it.
Things.
Was it
our
a big
speciality.
mechanical bull?
No,
It wasn't.
no, I had some heads, like a few heads.
Oh. That doesn't sound like that's very exciting.
Yeah, it looked like
Were
a
they
dog.
on fire heads?
I couldn't tell. They looked like dogs, maybe cats.
Okay.
Oh.
Sounds scary.
Yeah, that's why I didn't go.
And you say people can't pass through this way line.
Yeah, this is as far as anyone's been able to go.
It's a visible barrier, I assume, or it's just an invisible force?
I mean, there is a river there, but you can't get close to the river. So
Why?
don't know why. I mean, I've been out in that immediate area, and it was weird. I walked towards the river, thinking I could get some fish, and I was like, I don't want to do that. And it seemed like a very good idea for me to turn around and go back the way I came. It was really weird.
That does sound weird. You're right.
Do you think you're under the influence of magic at all?
If I was, I wouldn't be able to tell you.
Valid reason why you you can't tell us what's happening here too.
Yeah, I agree. There's some weird stuff happening around here, but I just don't know.
Does this stuff happen to other travelers who come through here? The things we've experienced?
I mean, not to the whole point of your mate drowning, but yeah, they say some things happen. They get things thrown at them. Things explode in their hands. They trip over things. But one person even said that they had a message written for them in the ground.
What did the
What does it
message
say?
say?
Get out.
Oh,
Oh, that's comforting. All
you have a
right.
strange way of comfort.
I thought they were making it up, to be honest.
The people, just to go back a little bit, the people who talked to you about these four-fingered people who used to live here before, who were they?
They're the hunting bros.
Wow. And they've...
Pretty much any information that we've gotten about the new world that nobody really knows about has come from the hunting braves, because they're the ones. They were on the first ship, and they went out there they've been out there the furthest.
So if we come across them, like we've come across the Chintucks and we've come across you. Is there something like we should hold our hands up, or we should extend our hand and shake it? Is there something that we could do to let them know that like we're okay and we don't want them to attack us? Are they those kind of people?
No, as far as I know, don't look like animals, and then they won't come gunning for you, as far as I'm aware.
Okay.
But yeah. Well, anyway, rest up, guys. I'm getting a little bit tired.
Just out of how many did you say you could fit in your hut again? Just out of curiosity.
I mean, I suppose I could probably fit all of you if you don't mind sleeping on the floor.
All right, well, I'll be in soon, probably.
All right. Well, good night, guys.
Rest easy, brother.
So before I go to bed, I'm assuming I finished my Comprehend Languages cast.
Yes, you have.
I just like to go to the edge of the forest line, and basically I'm just going to call in all 3 languages I know that are Common, Draconic, and Infernal. I'm just going to call out, "We mean this man no harm. I don't know who you are, but you know, like, we're not trying to hurt him. If you could just leave us alone, we'll be on our way tomorrow. That'd be lovely." And then I'm going to try that at the forestry line and at the edge of the lake, and see if I get any sort of response at all.
Is that coming with you?
I mean, if you'd like to cast tongues, they then definitely be able to understand you, which might help.
All right, so I'll come with you. I won't, because it's only an hour. I won't cast it just yet because I don't want it to run out. But if we get anybody to talk to you, and
okie doke.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
how many apples would I have picked?
Prizes, Lisbon. Find the apple tree and you start picking some apples. You bite into one and it tastes like an apple. Doesn't taste special or anything like that. It tastes of disappointment, if anything.
Oh.
Well, Lisbon would take them all just in case. It might have been a bad one.
I'd say you're able to pocket, I don't know, let's say a dozen apples or something like that.
Right. And when he gets back to the guys, he's going to be like, guys, I've got
Before you go,
Ooh.
as you go to leave, there is all the apples you've been picking are green. However, there is one very special apple that seems to be floating to your left. It's red. It's spinning. It's floating about 5 feet off of the ground, right up to like your face line. It's about 5-6 feet away from you.
Well, I'd probably be ignorant to the fact it's floating and stuff, and I'd just say, "Oh, shiny apple," and try to grab it.
You go and grab it, and as you take hold of the apple, you feel a presence. A hand goes over your hands.
You.
Forces your hand closed. So you actually scrunch up the apple in your hand and it explodes, the juice running down your fingers and your arm.
I'd probably be really, really, really sort of angry about this, but that was my apple, and probably try to pull my hand back, and then lash out with the other hand.
You lash out, and you hit nothing. You try to pull away, but there's a force or a presence. I want you to make a dexterity saving throw, please.
Ooh.
Something snags you around the leg, and before you realise, you are tipped up and down. You are hanging upside down from a vine from the tree. You're about 4 feet off the ground. Like, the apples that were in your pockets just come falling out onto the ground. That presence in your hand is still there, but now you can see a white hand appear, manifest even, over your hands. And a face appears right beside yours. You're kind of almost like the Spider-Man kiss, in which you're upside down, and their faces, they get right up to your eyes. His face is pearly white with red lips, bluish-like wavy hair, but her eyes are white with malice. She just looks at you. You do?
Well, I'd probably be freaking out because I'm upside down and stuff, so I'd probably just try to lash out at her. I don't know if I got my sword with me, but if I have, I'll go try to grab it. If I can't get it, I'll probably try to hit her.
Okay, I want you to make an unarmed attack, please. You hit her, and you just go straight through her. She's non-corporeal.
I'll be really, really confused. I'll be like, and probably shout out at her, "What do you want?"
Is this a kiss?
I'll be confused and be like, "Okay," and just kiss her.
You go to kiss her, and you just go straight through her. She recoils. She looks angry. Her white skin starts turning black and coiled. And you feel the warmth of the air disappear, the wind end. I want you to make a wisdom saving throw, please. You are frightened of this creature, who then takes her hand and wraps it over your throat. And it's physical. You can feel it. And it's not like you're choking, you just feel the life being sucked out of you. Kiss is the kiss. S6. What do you do?
Probably panic and start screaming. I'll be like, "Ah! Help me! Help me!"
I'm not buying that. You're enjoying this.
No, not gonna help.
As you call out, she looks around, mainly back towards the campers and then back towards you. And then she says, "Leave Barrenbark alone." And then she disappears and you fall down from the tree.
Can I run to where I see him and then just Misty Step, like pretty much over?
Well, no, because we're going to take a break now. We're
Oh,
going to go take a little break. Jumping straight back into it. So, Kerry, you heard Lisma call out in the woods. You run over to him. It takes you like a minute to get to his locations, and you you have to look around a little bit because it is quite dark. But you see Lisma there. He's on the ground. He's got apples all around him, and his hand looks like he's been dipped it in ice. It's blue.
You're seeing apples now?
Let's look up at her and be like, I don't want no more apples.
Yeah. I'm gonna help him up.
So she helps you up, Miss Matt.
Thank you. I don't know what happened there, but I don't know. There was this thing. I don't know what it was. I tried to kiss it. I don't know why. I thought it wanted me to.
What goes through your head? You see a monster in the middle of a forest. You get pushed to the ground, assumedly, and you decide to kiss it.
I was hoping it would let me have the apples.
That's not how negotiation works, Lisma.
I've not got any experience in negotiation. I was a blacksmith.
Let's go back to safety. And then I just start walking off.
Can we warm up my hand because it's a bit cold?
Can I cast I think it's fire. No. Can I just hold like a firebolt in my hand and just hover over him?
It's a creative use of it.
And then I'll just throw it at something.
Yeah, like you hold it in your hands for about 6 seconds, which is, it helps, listener. But then the spell actually activates, and you have to throw the firebolt away, or else it'll explode in your hands.
Yeah.
You just hear from inside the house, "Hey, stop blowing up my place."
Your place hit me first.
No, it didn't. It doesn't hit things. It's a place.
Listener, what did that thing say to you? Did you understand what it was saying?
Whoa. You don't know nothing about that, Emma.
Oh. He's not back with him.
I what happened?
I'm going to lean out behind Cora and just go, "Why are you always on the ground, Lismer? Surrounded by apples. Can you not stand up?"
Well, It depends. I mean,
the fact you didn't say yes straight away is concerning to me. I'm not going to lie.
hey, I get thrown about a lot, apparently.
All right, with as many words as you can use, what happened?
Well, there was this ghost thing and apples.
That's as many words as you got. Okay, cool, right.
Did the
I-
thing
An
say anything
intelligence
to you,
modifier.
Listener? What did
Zero my intelligence modifier is.
-6, and it's not even possible. Apples, girl.
No,
Cold.
I was picking the apples, and then I got grabbed by the tree. I was hanging up, and then this thing appeared. I'm not sure, ghost maybe. I don't know what it was. And it was saying some stuff. I thought it wanted me to kiss it, to be honest. So I tried to kiss it, and then it just started shouting at me, asking us to leave. Asking me to leave Barrenbark alone.
Could you try and
you're-
repeat what it said?
I see.
I would have started shouting at you too.
You just see Bark sort of contemplate the entire story. All right.
You guys, this is just silly. I'm going to walk towards the dock and just look out into the lake.
Can I join everyone?
Is this
Yeah,
before
come
or
on.
after I've done my shouty out to the woods and lake thing?
This is after, like, you didn't get a response
Okay,
beyond Lizmay shouting out help.
Okay, so we're back.
Yeah.
Then I would say to Lismer, do you remember? I mean, I know that you don't speak whatever language she was speaking, but do you remember like what she said? Can you repeat it? And then I'd call Vorpris over.
Would I remember? Like, would I be able to repeat exactly, or would it be like?
Make an intelligence check.
Oh
How
no!
we find out?
Any pluses or minuses to that, Lisbon?
No, it's just that's it.
So he says some words to you, Cora, and your jaw drops. What he's saying to you is, well, to be fair, you wouldn't understand, but Vorkris, if you comprehend languages,
yeah,
your jaw drops because what he's saying to you is possibly lyrics to the greatest song you've ever heard. In a language, it just speaks.
Not in my head.
Yeah, it just speaks of heroic epicness and bravery and love. It's got everything, and the words are so complete and fulfilling.
It's weird coming from Lismer's mouth. I don't get it.
Yeah. And you're smart enough, Vorkris, to know that Lismer is saying this stuff accidentally.
Yeah, I think he just remembered it wrong. Still, it's a good song, and I'm glad I've learnt it now.
Meanwhile,
moon doth shine and grass doth grow.
Meanwhile, Emron and Kerry, you walk
true.
towards the docks and
I'm
you
gonna
stare out
say-
across the lake.
I'm going to say to Kerry, "Do you hear that? I can hear music from across the lake."
Can I hear any music across the lake now?
Oh.
Emron, how old are you? Are you hearing things? Are you crazy? Is it an elf thing?
I'm obviously, by looking at me, I'm not as old as Joe Briggs.
That's
So you shouldn't ask me that question. You should be asking Joe Briggs.
Get a few more digs in, huh?
Is this how it ends for Emron with Joe Briggs killing him?
What music do I hear, DM, from across?
It's otherworldly.
It's strange. I've never heard this music before, this kind of thing. And I've heard some weird shit.
Well, you've been around Vorkris. I can't hear anything, I'm afraid.
I'm going to pick up a little stone and do that skipping stone thing across the lake.
Bloop, 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 bloop. Make a dexterity check just to see how far it goes.
Okay, dexterity check. Rolling. Okay. 15?
Yeah, it goes out probably about halfway. Bloop, bloop, bloop. You can make
Okay.
about 10 skips before it disappears beneath the water.
Okay. Weird. It's funny that I hear it and you don't. Let's head back before anything else happens. It's not usually good when things like, last time I heard something was deep within that forest. It was trying to lead me away from the party before we got to Frost's Den. So let's get back to the group.
I agree. And on the way back, I'm just going to ask, is it like an elf thing? Do you start hearing stuff when you're old? I don't remember learning about that back in the Citadel.
Well, it's weird. The only time that I heard things other people didn't is, like I said, before we got to Frost's Den, when, we were all being tried to pulled away from all directions. I hope this is not it again, because that was horrible.
I hope not.
So the rest of you, the only sounds that you can hear are the sounds of the fire crackling, the brief winds, the small ripples of the water, and the tremendous, awe-inspiring snoring coming from inside the huts. Like, it would shake the foundations of concrete buildings, this level of snoring.
It's going to lead into Corgo. I don't sound like that when I sleep, do I?
It's almost identical.
Just like it. I thought you were.
So she's gonna start shaking and go, no, yes. But it's not bad. It didn't bother me, but
it's terrible.
A little bit.
It's one of the reasons why I have the hut spell. It's
I didn't realize. I'm so unstealthy in my sleep. Just roll me on my side once in a while, all right, guys?
You can put a pillow over your face.
So, what are we doing now?
Yeah, what do we figure? Do we want to try to commune with the dead? Do we think this is an undead thing? Do we think we have
a resident undead man? What do you say?
I mean, I can't really detect undead. I can just create new ones. So I don't know. I haven't seen anything, but from what Lizma described, it sounds like it was some sort of ghost or spectre or something. But I mean, as far as communicating goes, we've already yelled into the forest and yelled into the lake. What more can we do?
And I didn't say anything to you. You understood, Lizma, at all. Just stuff. I'll take that as a no.
Did he say about it? Saying leave Barrenbark alone.
Yeah. He explained the situation. So.
Oh, okay.
Well, I have one idea that we could probably get it to appear, or show itself, or do something.
By hurting Barrenbark?
Yeah, I'm not comfortable with.
The fire explodes around you. I want Vorkus and Zerek to make dexterity saving throws, please.
Amazing.
The thought had occurred to me as well, but yes, I wasn't planning on doing it. But then if they're going to keep doing this, then I'll do it out of spite. Was that a dex save, sorry?
Yes, please, yes.
Oh, nice.
Right, so, Vorkus, you were able to bring up a little bit of magical protection to protect you completely. Zerek, you're not fast enough, and you take 5 points of fire damage as the flame then thunders down into a very small cinder, reducing the amount of light in the area.
Can I move over to? There's obviously windows looking into the building. Yeah.
Yep.
Can I move over to the window, and then I'm just gonna pull my sword out and say, "You try anything like that again, I want you to reveal yourself so we can talk civilized. I'm gonna go in there and I'll hack him up."
One of the slats falls down on your head. You take another point of damage.
Can I Misty step inside and put the sword to his throat?
Yeah, go right ahead. So, you misty step aside. You immediately put the sword to his throat.
As he's doing that, I'll just call out, "We just want to speak to you."
What do you do? Do you just wait?
I'm just holding it there and say, literally, I just want to talk. I don't want you to hurt any more of us and nothing like that. I just want to talk.
You have weapon bond, don't you?
Yep.
You feel a very, very hard yank on your hand. As almost as if something has tried to disarm you, but your weapon bond prevents that. You look down, and Barrenbark is awake. He is, because you said that quite loudly inside his hut. He has tried to grab the sword away from you, and he is immediately reaching for the great axe by his bed. What do you do?
I'm gonna just explain to him. Look, there is something here. There's something attached to you, a spirit or something. You're the key to getting it to talk to us. It just keeps
Make a persuasion roll.
Oh, bollocks! I'm not good at these.
Like Barrenbark has woken up with a sword to his throat. He's reacting it.
Oh, see.
It's fair.
All
That
right.
was a great persuasion roll.
All right, so I want you to. Hold on, let me get rid of all that. All right, so Zero, I want you to roll an initiative, please, because Barrenbark is now defending himself from you.
Oh no.
You have a +2 on your dexterity modifier, so you can go first. You should go first. Or something.
Oof.
So he's like, he's throwing you off of him. He's grabbed that axe. And he stands up. He's got just a loincloth around him. His trousers are like on the hanging off of the chair inside the thing. So he's just standing there, reacting. He's going into attack, but you have the initiative. What do you do?
I'm just gonna put my sword away, and I'm just gonna hold my hands up and say, I'm not here to hurt you. I'm trying to get whatever this spirit is to talk to us. You're the key. I need you to understand this.
All right, make another persuasion roll at advantage.
Oh no. I was hoping that thing would have come out. Nice.
Alright, so he swings his axe and it stops right by your neck as you finish these words. He just goes.
There's something here. There's something attached to you. I don't know why, how, or what, but there's a spirit attached to you. It's been attacking us, and it's probably attacked others every time they've come here. We need to find out what its intentions are.
So you ain't trying to rob me?
No, you've got nothing that I wouldn't even do that. You're our host.
Why'd you put a sword to my throat?
To get its attention, every time we've mentioned about putting your life in danger or doing something to hurt you or anything like that, it's reacted. Any time we've gone against something that you don't like, it's reacted to one of us.
You could have just woken me up and asked.
Well, I was trying to coax it out quickly, but it didn't really work. And it wasn't getting the message.
Yeah, I nearly took off your head, mate. Gotta be more careful with that sort of stuff.
Well, yeah. Not the wisest, so surely you can understand.
Yeah. Hold on, let me get dressed and we'll deal with this. So, Zurich, you go outside. Barrenbark gets his trousers back on, his boots back on. Semblance of some sleeves on for his arms, and he rejoins you outside as well. Alright, so can someone actually... I'm like half asleep right now. What the hell is going on?
So Cora's gonna yell, walk over to the fire and say, she's gonna shake, like super trembly. We're gonna punch him in the face and cut him in the leg. We're gonna hurt Barrenbark.
There is a gust of wind, and a stick flies towards you, Cora. It hits you on the back of the head, dealing a point of damage.
She starts
Feel a
swearing
lot
in
better.
Gnomish.
Can I?
It's swearing in Gnomish. Just basically sounds like.
Can I go get shit again?
Can I go up to him and just sort of shout, "We'll decapitate him and piss in his skull"?
What?
I don't have.
This has
He
gone
doesn't have
bad.
filter. I don't
Make
have
an
filter.
intimidation. Make an intimidation check.
Cora's gonna walk
That was
back away from you again.
That was Barrenbark. That was Barrenbark who said that, not Jack. What? You feel you take a point of cold damage, Kerry, as you feel something hard shove you in the chest and you are knocked prone. You look down and you can see there's a small ice print of a hand on your chest.
No, I'm not going to do that. I was going to say ward and win, but I don't know what's going to go through my head. I don't know what's going through my head.
At this point, Cora's gonna look back at Barrenbark and say, "There's something here that's hurting us to protect."
Why? What's going? What?
I don't know, but maybe you could ask it to come out and like tell it that we don't mean you any harm, or maybe that just you want to talk to it.
Can whoever's doing this not do it, please? These people are idiots, but they're not bad. They're like really weird, but they're not evil. They're not a threat or anything. I feel really weird saying this out loud.
I think Joprick's gonna take a different tact and start to like kind of pat him on the back and say, "We're friends. We really mean Barkburner no harm, Barrenbark no harm, and we're just friends, and we're trying to understand what's going on here."
Nothing seems to happen. What do I do now?
I don't think, unless we actually start going through with what we say we're going to do, she's going to appear. But it looks like you've got a ghost girlfriend, my friend.
What?
She may have been here long before you moved in, but it appears she's taken a shine to you, and now she's warding off anything and everything that could harm you, which is why you live in such a safe place in this godforsaken land.
Ghosts are a thing.
I mean, come on, we all have inklings of the spirit world, don't we?
I mean,
Cora's
zombies
gonna
are a
pull
thing.
back
Why are you
open
surprised by ghosts?
that book and go like, yeah, yes, they're a thing. I mean, look at this book.
Maybe not ghosts per se, but fae, spirits, all that kind of jazz. It's all a thing in our world.
Can't you make it appear? Can't you do something about it?
I mean,
Can't you make it appear? It wants.
apart from taking a piece of you to show you any business.
I can swing an axe. How does that make ghosts appear?
Just tell her that you want to see her.
I have an idea.
I want to see you.
You're about as convincing as I am when I try to lie.
Barrenbark, did you find anything when you get here that you kept hold of that's not yours?
Nope.
No? No jewelry, no relics, no keepsakes?
Have you ever heard
I'm
me
just
singing?
Nope.
Can I,
I'm just minding your own business. Yes, Kerry?
Sorry, I was wondering if if I'm able to sort of go up behind him, whisper, scream, and then minor illusion, like my dagger cutting his like neck, or just minor illusion blood.
Minor illusion blood would be a much more effective thing. I want you to make a deception check. So you cast a spell and blood starts appearing from Barrenbark's neck as you basically just jump up and mime slashing at him. I want you to make a dexterity saving throw, please, Kerry. Something yanks you by the leg mid-jump, pulls you away, and throws you into the fire. You take 4 points of fire damage. Quickly roll out of it and just pat yourself down.
So okay, yeah. So that's gonna get attention. Okay.
Would any of us know? Would any of us know how these how like a spirit or anything like this would attach itself to a person or like that? Is that something?
Make a religion check.
Ooh.
Oh,
Can I make that too, or just him?
If you want to make one too, yeah.
I'm doing that as well.
mean,
Oh shit! Why is it always low when you need it?
yeah.
Fuck's sake.
you really don't know.
Plus 5 as
you
well.
really don't know. Cora, you genuinely know that a spirit generally mimics what it was in life.
Jealous
So
girlfriend.
it could very much it's very much a case by case scenario.
Okay, so I would look to Lismer and say, Lismer, what did this spirit look like? Like, as much as you can remember, describe this spirit.
I can't really tell you. It was female. It had these blue eyes. Was it?
White.
Yeah.
White
So,
eyes. Like
whitish like eyes. It didn't have a human-like face. It had a strange kind of skull line to it all.
okay, so it didn't look like it was a human. It like had a strange shape to it, to its face, to its skull. But other than that, I don't really know what it was because it wasn't whole. It was a spirit, I guess. And I was a bit sort of tied up.
Say whatever you said to Vorkris before. That really great song that, she sang to you.
I would attempt to repeat the words.
Okay,
I don't think he was saying it wrong.
Sorry, make an intelligence check.
Ooh.
So you repeat the words as best as you remember what she said to you, and on this, you still have tongues up or comprehend languages up, Chris. Does it last an hour or 10 minutes?
Common languages last an hour.
Right, so you would still know them. So what he says to you is not a song. It's along the lines of, "Who are you and why do you bother? My rest. Only one is allowed. Leave before I make you leave."
Yeah, I'll obviously let everyone know what was said.
Can you
But we
tell
tried to talk to you. We tried to explain ourselves.
Can you tell what language it was when you have comprehend languages up?
I honestly don't know.
No, you don't know what language. You just comprehend the language.
Just understand
it.
So then I
just need to go take some painkillers. Bear with me just a moment.
Oh.
What did it say? I didn't catch that.
He's gonna take some painkillers.
No, the ghost. I know what Jack
Oh,
said.
the ghost.
Oh, it just said, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The only person that's allowed to disturb my slumber is... There's only one that's allowed to disturb my slumber, which is obviously Barrenbark.
Yeah.
Right. So it's more of a case that he's just got here at the right time.
Do we think it could be like a Lady of the Lake kind of thing? Dead body in a
Maybe, but it's been around the forest and everything, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Maybe it's in the house.
Well, can I just flag up though? Because if we, as much, it sounds like we want to get out and kind of defeat it. But by doing so, we actually put Barrenbark's life at risk because all the animals can now get to him and all that stuff. So
That's the thing. Do we need to just get rid of this thing, or can we just leave?
Yeah.
Cora wouldn't want to defeat it. Cora would just want to have it not mess with us.
But then we're leaving tomorrow anyway, so
yeah, right.
What if we announce that we just need some time and then we will leave? Like maybe it'll leave us at peace.
I just want to know his intentions with him, rather if they're good or not.
Why are you getting jealous?
I am.
What were we saying?
But
Well, Barrenbark confused and is kind of looking to you guys as if hoping that you guys have the answers.
You don't recognize somebody that meets that description, or
Oh no, I've never met anyone like that.
have the hunting braves, whatever they're called. Yeah, hunting braves. Have the hunting braves ever mentioned spirits like that, or a person
No,
that meets this
I mean,
description?
no. I mean, they just said weird things happened around here.
Hey, Cora, if I chop off his arm, can you heal it?
I'd rather not have that happen.
Liz, I want you to make a dexterity saving. The axe that Barrenbark uses to chop wood comes flying towards you and embeds itself in your shoulder, like several inches deep. You take 7 points of slashing damage, and it is stuck in your shoulder. Oh, bloody hell!
why are we poking the bear, so to speak?
So, Cora's just as one last ditch thing, going to look at Barrenbark and say, do you mind if I try something quickly? I would be putting my hands on you, but I'm not going to be hurting. I'm just going to be talking.
Tyson, can you come get this axe out my shoulder?
Oh no, you're healing.
Big
potions
strong
to
man
take care
like
of that for
you, surely you can take it out yourself.
It hurt.
Bark's just laughing at him.
You'll be all right in a minute or two.
Pain is weakness leaving the body.
It's like pouring out a fountain of blood at the moment.
Have another apple. You'll be all right.
No
more apples, please.
Push it in deeper, it'll stop the bleeding, it'll be fine.
Like Barrenbark just looks at you, just God damn it, spins Lisbon around, just takes the axe out and yanks it out of your arm. It hurts, but it's like, fuck, are you all right, man?
No, that bloody hurt.
I think I got here. He takes off one of his sleeves, like rips it up a little bit, and then just starts wrapping it around your back to like just cover the bleeding. Oh, I think that might stem the bleeding a little bit.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
That's all right. I'm surprised your friends didn't help you.
Yeah, me too.
I mean,
friends are
strong.
It gives every single one of you a dirty look. Especially you, Cora.
You can't give us a dirty look. It's your fucking poltergeist friend that's doing this shit.
I didn't even know I had a poltergeist friend until 10 minutes ago.
No excuse.
Cora's gonna say, he told me he doesn't need healing, he has potions.
She's going to look back at you, Barrenbark.
Never once said that.
Say, that's what Cora heard. I need them. I have 137,000 hit points, and you didn't heal me, so I need to take this healing potion over our squishy wizards. So yeah, she ignores that because she doesn't really feel super terrible, but she still wants to try and figure out this thing. And she said, I just want to speak some. I just want to pray over you, if that's okay.
Make a persuasion roll.
Imagine someone say that to you.
He's really weirded out by that.
I'm gonna give myself guidance on that.
He looks at you and he says, "All right, but keep the weird to a minimum."
Okay. I mean, I'll do my minimum weird, which is still probably pretty weird, but it's okay. It won't hurt.
So then I'm gonna go over and I'm assuming he's probably around Bark's height, which is just a little shorter than me.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's a hulking Mascavolt orc, so.
Okay. So I'll put my hands on his shoulders and just kind of bend my head down, and close it in towards his forehead, but not touch his forehead with my forehead. And I will just start to, don't worry about that. I will just start to pray and say, Reverend, I beseech you to send your friends and helpers to let whatever spirit this is in this forest, in this farm, in this body of water, let them know that we
Your
don't mean
words
this.
are cut off as you start choking. You feel the sensation of two very, very cold hands yank around your neck and pull you backwards away from Barrenbark. You take 2 points of cold.
Okay, so on that, can I do something?
Yep.
Because this did something before. I'm going to cast Fairy Fire, which is 20-foot square, centered on Barrenbark, and see whether I can, catch an outline or...
Barrenbark saves. So can everybody make a dexterity save, please?
Do I have to?
Yes, everybody.
Yeah, everyone that's around.
So Cora, you start lighting up. Zurich, you start lighting up.
Saving throw?
Yes. Lismo, you start lighting up.
Oh shit!
Kerry, you're fine.
Yeah, Kerry's fine because she's next to me. Anything else that we don't see light up?
Yes.
Oh,
there is a humanoid-like figure, quite tall, that glows. You can't see its true visage, but it glows, and it is floating over Cora's neck, and it is clearly trying to throttle her and pull her backwards. You just see this humanoid floating figure just yanking Cora backwards.
So I'm going to say, look behind Cora. There she is.
Am I going? Can I say anything?
Yeah, I mean, at that point where you point her out, she lets go of Cora.
Cora's gonna scream, "Don't hurt her!"
Immediately, she floats away and starts. She starts floating over there. Starts kind of drifting around a little bit.
What's wrong with you? Why won't you speak to us?
So she's now, we can see her now, wherever she goes.
If I can see her now, can I cast suggestion on her?
Yes, you can, I guess.
What do you suggest? I would like to attempt to suggest that she have a discussion with us about why she's here, why she's connected to Barrenbark.
That's a wisdom saving throw, is that right?
I believe so. Yes.
That's how this works.
15 is the DC.
She.
Tongues.
I was trying to look at the description, but I'll probably pass it.
She is immune to this effect. She seems to be immune to charming.
Okay.
Can I step right in front of her?
Yep.
I want to do that.
So I say she is currently floating over here at the moment, like around here.
I'm going to say to you guys, we've only got 1 minute on this. Whatever you're going to do, you could do it quick.
Like, as you move towards her, Kerry, she does float away from you. So, like, she doesn't let you get too close to her. She's over here now.
So I'm going to cross my hands over my chest, and I'm going to say, after I cast tongues, we just want to talk to you. We just want to figure out who you are and how you're connected to Barrenbark. We don't mean him any harm.
No response.
I mean, I'm kind of up for killing this thing. It's clearly dangerous to everyone here apart from Barrenbark.
Same.
Yeah, but I mean, we're not going to
right for anyone else.
Wait, Mr. Dragonborn, like, there's got to be can't just kill it. There's got to be a reason.
So you're happy with everyone that ever comes through this land to just be attacked, are you? That's perfectly reasonable for you. Well, what's the other
Hey.
option then? We've tried communicating, we've tried dealing with this thing, we've tried negotiating. It completely ignores us and just does whatever it can to protect you. I'm sorry, I don't know you. I'm not willing to let people die in the protection of someone I don't know.
I get that. I get that.
Barrenbark, have you tried speaking to it?
Well, now that I can see it, I can actually. He walks up towards her and says, hey, floating lady, thing, whatever you are. I appreciate the protection, but I don't need your protection. You leave people alone? Things are dangerous out there, and I need help building the bridge. I can't get help building the bridge if you're scaring people off. The humanoid individual, not the floaty lady, just stays floating there.
Not
She doesn't say
knowing.
anything. She doesn't say anything, but she does point towards Barrenbark. Like, you can see the arm move. Well, you can't see the arm, but you can see the glowing outline of an arm rise up and point towards Barrenbark.
Cora will try and speak again and say, "We see you pointing, but you're gonna have to speak. You're gonna have to tell us, like, yeah, Barrenbark, but what about him?"
Nothing.
If you don't want to speak, can you just write it down? You've left messages before.
Ooh. Good point.
Well, we also know that they can speak because it spoke to Lisma.
Yeah.
Assuming it's the same thing. It may not be, to be fair, but we're assuming it is at the moment.
Do you need some privacy, Spirit? Do you need us to give you a moment?
It's riding! It's riding!
It's riding, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't see yet.
Oh.
Oh.
I was looking at my feet.
Is that
You
what
can't
it says?
speak?
I can't.
Says I can't.
Leave, speak. We know it. We know it can speak though.
It's actually a much fucking easier way to do it. I'll just put text.
Yeah. I was wondering why you were doing that.
It's quite
I was
dramatic,
trying
though.
I was trying to make it authentic in that she was writing it in real time.
In blood. That's what it's read.
Yeah, that's cool.
Just so I'm on the same page, Corey, you're the one who can talk to her, right? Because you've got the tongues.
Yeah, so what I was saying is after Barrenbark spoke to her and she didn't respond, Cora's just going to repeat everything just in case, like, she didn't understand Barrenbark, but she could understand me.
Maybe ask it to just answer in yeses or nos and we start asking simpler questions.
Making a Ouija board.
The shepherd will come if I...
Oh, okay. What's it say?
Ooh, the shepherd. That's a thing now.
Is the shepherd
Is the shepherd in the lake?
Protect you?
I'm thinking the shepherd might be like the Grim Reaper. Or
Yeah,
something like
yeah.
that.
I'm just trying to think in game which one of us would know about the shepherd.
So
Like something
Cora is...
You're a life cleric, aren't you? Or Cora?
Yeah. Yes,
so you
I
might
am.
know something about life and death.
Maybe, but I'm going to look at Bark and say, you know the god of opposites. Does this sound like him?
Can you ask her if the shepherd has a name, if she knows of it?
Does the shepherd have a name?
Is he a new god to this world?
Who's they?
I'll just be repeating everything everybody says.
I'm guessing the undead.
Buenos.
Is he what they call the god of opposites? Is the shepherd the god of opposites? Or is this a different one?
Okay, what's his tether to Barrenbark? Why is it tethered to him?
It's not to him, I don't think. I think it's the land.
Barrenbark is a deal maker?
No, the god of
shepherd.
The shepherd's
Oh,
the
the
deal
shepherd.
maker.
Yeah.
Patron?
Is the shepherd here now?
Are you an Ojibwe?
Yeah, have I still got that handprint on me?
No, that disappeared after a few moments.
Did I notice it had 5 hands or 5 hands? 5 hands?
It had 4.
Do we know what Hallen is?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Atahala, that's what the life trees are connected to. Do you know Haruki? He's a centaur friend that we met.
Does this...
I just
I was about to
Barrenbark.
say I just know Barrenbark.
Yeah.
Can
Is
we help
Barrenbark
you?
important?
Ask it why.
Want
What is the
Barrenbark.
tie?
Barrenbark just goes, what?
I just want Barrenbark.
For what?
Why do you want Barrenbark?
Maybe it wants to possess his body.
I was going to say,
Do
It
you
wants
love
to
him?
take over his body.
no, you exist.
Barrenbark keeps you company?
She's trying to look up something.
What happened to you?
Did you know him before?
Where is it?
Not here to hurt him. We're here to help him.
And maybe we can help you as well.
Is that why you're attached to him?
Do you love him?
I love Chuck's face, sorry.
Well, what can we do to help you?
Besides leave.
Does the name Zarius mean anything to you?
We will leave tomorrow. We need to sleep. We mean him no harm. We're not going to do him any harm at all.
Is Zarius the shepherd? Is the shepherd one of his minions, disciples, a follower? Well, that's something, I suppose.
Why?
There's something in the lake that keeps trying to drown us. Is that you?
Us, or me specifically? What's on the other side of the lake?
Not Barrenbark.
Just go that way.
Oh,
That's a mad walnut.
Does that mean anything to any of us?
Look.
No.
Carrie has a nut allergy.
So it doesn't mean anything to Barrenbark either.
No, he's just like, what? How can a walnut be mad?
So, but Barrenbark, haven't you been trying to get across the lake too?
Yeah, because there's some good eatings over there.
Is this thing safe? Is it, or do you want us to do something to it or with it? What is it?
Mad Wal is he a creature? Is he a tree? What is Mad Walnut?
It's like a horror movie.
Oh, that doesn't sound sketchy.
Is it the case that if ghosts are left for a long period of time, they like go insane and will eventually go really harmful to other people, or is that not the case?
If we speak to this, sorry, are you asking a question?
Yeah, not it a question, just in general. Do we know that if ghosts and spirits are left over a long period of time, will they go insane and then end up harming other people, like potentially killing them and going against what they don't want to do?
Oh, I see what you mean. If we speak to this creature, will you find peace? Is it good?
Bark, do you ever get stopped trying to cross the river? Or the pond?
No.
Say that again, sorry.
Have you ever been across the pond?
Yeah.
Will you come with us?
Oh,
That's what I was going to suggest.
yeah, we should probably take him with us.
Is Mad Walnut a force of nature?
Haven't any of the hunting braves ever mentioned this name or spoke of it?
Doesn't Barrenbark get a say in that? Are you keeping him prisoner?
She's just keeping him safe, I think.
Well, if you won't let him leave, it sounds an awful lot like he's a prisoner. Is he protecting something here by staying here?
You are using him to stay away from the shepherd.
Then come with us.
Is this Mad Waynut thing important to this land? Is it another spirit? Is it a person? What does he do? What is his purpose?
We have to go now, or can we rest? Because we traveled a long way and then we worked to help Barrenbark on his farm. Can you just leave us alone for the night and then we can go in the morning when it's light? I can even throw up a guardian for extra protection to keep Barrenbark safe for the next 8 hours.
Oof.
Oh, she's really pushy about this.
Or what?
Yeah.
If we make our way across the lake, will you let us cross safely and so we can camp on the other side? That's the only way we leave. I need your assurance we won't be harmed on the lake across.
Bloody hell.
Will Mad Walnut harm us?
How could you even say that sentence without laughing?
Yeah.
What does that depend on?
Depends on what. Oh.
It's good to know in death she still has a sense of humor.
Why would we do that?
Do you protect Mad Walnut? Oh. Okay, we hate him too.
Why do you hate him?
I mean, I don't hate him. He hasn't thrown rocks at us and tried to drown us and throw axes at us.
Chris, can you be just a little less petty for 30 seconds, please?
No? Have you met me?
Okay, that's something. At least he's a living person.
So we can kill him.
Either that, or he's like our dragon friend here, and he's a necromancer. That's the only reason I can imagine a ghost would be afraid of someone.
Ah, fair. Doesn't seem very afraid of me. I suppose I'm quite weak.
You think?
I think we should camp on the other side of the lake for tonight.
Kidding. I agree.
The sooner we do it, the more rest we get.
Yeah, I think we have to.
I mean,
You
I am
just
willing
tell us
to,
what
but
your
I'm not
name is
happy.
before we go.
Old one. I thought she was Helen.
No, Helen is like what she like the race
Become.
Helen, right?
Mm.
It's not her name.
It's our ghost, Helen. You're all right.
Okay.
Helen the
How?
Helen.
Gosh, it's just Helen, guys.
Guinevere.
How far is the crossing, Jack?
No.
I mean, we have a boat, to be fair.
Yeah.
Is that your name? Imnara.
That's her name. Rio, I want pizza too.
Me too.
How long ago did you die?
Is it Imnara, or did you hit M instead of space?
IMMNARA.
Right.
The spell has ended now.
Yeah.
The fairy fire. She no
Yeah.
longer communicates with you guys.
Okay, so shall we get ready to go? Barrenbark, what do you think about this?
I think this is all really weird. And
Wow.
like Lorne is like he looks around to see like she was basically when she wrote the grass died. basically.
Oh.
So he's looking around and saying, well, my yard's ruined now.
Well, I think you should consider yourself lucky that's the only problem you have.
Well, I guess I'll keep the spirit company.
Wait, did you guys know we had a boat?
Yes.
Yeah.
Are we going? Are we getting ready to go?
I think she'll be good to her word and we should cross and make camp on the other side.
Okay, so I'm going to take the little origami boat out. I'll walk to the dock, out of that bag of holding, that is. I'm going to throw it into the air and I'm going to shout, "Boaty McBoatface!"
What does it turn into, like just a rowboat or a massive ship?
It'll be a boat enough medium size that would contain all of us, including the zombies. All
right then. So it immediately folds into a larger rowing boat and splashes into the water. A pristine, perfect-looking boat of ancient design. Kind of like, almost kind of looks like a cross between the old Viking warships, mixed a little bit, mixed with a little bit of like Greek ancestry in there.
Cool.
Bark looks immensely surprised. He's like, "When did you pick up this thing?"
In the Centaur's cave. Is that right? Did we get a Centaur's cave?
Yeah, you got it from where you got.
Yeah, it was where the abandoned were.
Well, none of these guys want to take it, so I just took it without them knowing.
We never had the option.
Yeah.
Bark just nods. That sounds exactly like you. Yeah.
Well, aren't you thankful that I've got it? So I just get everybody to get ready to board the ship and cross.
Cora's gonna timidly step on it, knowing how her weight affects things. And if she's gonna sink the ship, she's gonna stay and wait for somebody to come back for her.
I mean, Bark's just gonna stand next to her and counterbalance because we're. If we stand in the middle, one on the right, one on the left, it'll be fine.
Cora sinks stuff, breaks stuff. She's a big girl. She's not Ma Tintug big.
Corky breaks things too.
You row across to the other side of the ship, and you see Barrenbark watching you go. And he just kind of casually waves at you, perplexed at how this whole night has gone. Turns around to look at his ruined lawn, just shrugs, sits back down when the doctor starts playing his harmonica.
Aww.
Very chilled out individual. Whether you're able to make it to the other side, you venture a little bit further into the woods.
So just out of interest, Paddy, just every time some invisible force tells us we have to leave, we just run with our tail between our legs and do whatever we're told to. Is that how this works from now on?
I mean, did you have a better idea?
Fucking kill it.
Can you kill ghosts?
Yeah, you can kill ghosts as long. Sorry?
I mean, let's be fair. She wasn't being rude about it. We asked questions. She asked us to leave. She gave us more information than most people have done in our entire lives. And she was true to her word.
I would like to throw a dagger at Bark. Mainly because apparently Bark doesn't think that's being rude.
I mean, maybe my skin's not as thin as yours. I thought you had dragon scales. But if it's paper, please let me know, Chris, and we'll...
Cora is going to scream right now, and she's going to say, "Enough! I've had enough! Cooperation is the only way we're going to get through this, and if you guys don't stop all of this bullshit, then we're not going to be able to survive here. If you guys got something to say, we can put up a zone of truth and we can figure it out, but I am tired of this."
I mean, talk to the paper dragon over there.
The mention of a zone of truth, I shut the fuck up.
Well, so Vorkris, I think I agree. I'm not happy about the behavior of that ghost, but I think at this point we're going to get more flies with honey than with vinegar, and we weren't getting anywhere with that ghost. And I think it might be something that we might be able to gain from all this.
Fine. I'm not
I
a big
said
fan
something
of
and
being
nobody
told what to do
answered
by
me.
weird
Cora's
things.
pissed. I said something and nobody answered me.
What do
Are
you
we going to
say?
figure this out, or are we going to all die?
I'm going to
I
whisper
was
to
scared by the
Carrie.
mention of Zone of Truth and just shushed.
I'm going to whisper to Carrie and say, I regret not learning calm emotions for today.
Do you know what? I think she's right. Why don't we Zone of Truth ourselves? We've been together a long time, and I've got no secrets to hide. Why don't we all start being a little bit more honest with each other? How about that? I'll
If we all
start.
if we all trusted each other, we wouldn't need Zone of Truth.
I whisper back to Emerald, this is going to be a long night.
While you say that to me, I'm going to whisper back, you know the music that I told you I heard earlier? I can hear it again. It's becoming louder and clearer over here, this side.
Should
You
we
hear
follow-
it?
Can I hear it?
Nope.
Should we follow it?
I'm going to point to the direction that the music's coming from. It's coming from over there.
Can I cast Minor Illusion for a cube that's going to glow for 30 foot?
You can't cast light with minor illusion.
Oh, what was it that I did before when we were running away from the thingy? Was it
Light.
Oh.
No, right at Braster's Den, you sent something up into the sky. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, that thing.
Yeah, you can do that. Whatever you did.
Did
Yeah.
you firebolt or something?
The favorite gift is showing up. So while all this arguing about Zone of Truth is going on, I can say, I might be going crazy, you guys, but I can really hear some music coming from this side. I know Carrie says she couldn't hear it.
I mean, I shouldn't think of us to hear
Let's hear
anything.
it.
I think none of them can hear it. Is it leading from anywhere? Can I, is it coming from
Yeah,
any...
you can walk. Yeah, you can walk towards it if you want.
It's coming from this direction. Look, I'm very clear. I'm not hallucinating. I know you think I might be.
I mean, what kind of music?
It's
Wait a minute.
It's
Sing it to
otherworldly.
us.
it's otherworldly, whatever that means. It's a bit weird. I've never heard anything like this before. It's not like an instrument. It's not like a vocal. It's just...
Do you think
Is it
that it's
cheery
Mad Walnut?
music? Is it ominous music? What is it? How can I
Well,
describe
no,
it?
you're the only one who can hear it. You tell us.
Yeah, no, I'm talking to Jack. I'm thinking,
I
is
thought you covered it yourself.
Is it upbeat? Is it?
It's single ladies.
Sounds like this.
I'm going to grab everyone's hand and just cast shield and just hold it and be like, why
No,
not?
not that one.
Gonna die today.
Shall we walk towards it?
So while we're waiting for that answer, I asked you, do you think it has something to do with Mad Walnut? Because I don't know, like, do we need to rest before we figure that out, or?
Why we don't know what Mad Walnut is, or am, or...
Well,
I
we know
did hear
that
this music earlier, though, from the other side. But it's just a lot louder here, and it's coming from that direction. Referring to what Ghosty said on the other side, she said that I could be the one that can speak to Mad Walnut. It kind of makes sense that if that is so, then only I can hear the music. I don't know
Why
if that's
you specifically, though?
Don't know.
Are you special, Emron? Have you just been faking this whole time?
Well, did you not hear what I've said to Lisma? I'm talented. I know you don't believe me.
Cora's going to start shooting people looks.
So you start walking towards the music then, everyone.
Yeah.
And with a shield.
Yeah.
Alright, so you start walking through the woods with the party in tow.
I'm gonna cast Mage Armor, Jack. If we're walking into the woods, I'm gonna cast Mage Armor.
Okay. So you weave in and out of the trees. The moon shining onwards through the canopies. Until eventually you come to something. There is a wall. Not a straight wall, kind of like a curved to it. That's when you notice it's almost like a dome, but it's massive. It's a very thick dome of vines, branches, and other bits of bramble that connects to each other. It's kind of bars. You can't see through it. You can't see any way through it.
Oh, bless you. How big is it?
It's beyond the tree lines, upwards. It stretches far to the left and far to the right, as far as you can see.
And it's just intertwined vines, just a huge wall of vines.
Yeah.
And is the music coming from inside that I can hear, or just?
It is. Yes.
Okay.
It's coming from inside.
So I'll share this with everyone. The music comes from inside this viney dome.
Do you think this is that barrier Barrenbark was talking about? The one he couldn't pass through?
According to him, that's quite further a ways away.
Okay, I didn't know if it was like land stretching.
Can you guys do your detect undead thingy you did earlier again? Or whatever it is, to see what kind of force this is, or whether it's magical.
I mean, it's got a 6-mile range, so whatever he detected from the other side of the lake, he detects from here as well.
You want me to cast Detect Magic?
I'm just asking, do you think it's if it's useful?
I mean, your guess is as good as mine. If you wanna do that, I will cast it.
All right.
Is there a spell for detect axes flying at me?
There's catapult, which chucks axes at you.
I think that's just initiative.
Perception, isn't it?
Yeah. Pretty hard to learn.
So you cast Detect Magic Cora, and it's odd. The thing in front of you, it is magic, and yet it is different. If anything, it reminds you of the kind of magic that Emron emanates.
Oh. Emran, I'm not quite sure what I'm feeling, but this is your kind of magic.
Okay, so that could mean two things off the top of my head: druidic magic or Feywild magic.
Do I have an inkling as to which one that would be?
You cannot make the distinction, unfortunately.
So,
I'm not sure. It's
when
just very Emron.
When Cora says that, what can I use to decipher how familiar it is to me? What if there was a check?
Well, make a nature check.
Can I help him with that?
No.
Of course, it would be a bad one.
Aren't you the druid?
I mean, so this is one of those you fail to succeed sort of succession kind of thing. So you don't know how, you don't know why, and you don't know when, but you do recognize it's the kind of magic that you're able to do.
Yeah. It's nature magic. It's something I'm familiar with, but I can't quite pinpoint on it.
Can you walk through it?
Whoa.
I'm going to poke to find.
It's solid and thick.
Mad Walnut, is that you?
Oh.
No answer.
I think, if we find somewhere good to, I have, not today, I don't have the ability to speak to plants today, but I can tomorrow if we find a nice, safe place.
Don't you have the ability to grow or move plants or something?
I have, actually. I've got plant growth still prepared. That just makes it bigger.
Or grow a plant under you, upwards to the wall.
Are we scaling it?
I would say Emron with your abilities and your skills and your know-how, you would know that it would take the equivalent of a third level spell slot for you to move this. Not entirely, but you would be able to move by expending magic into this. You could move this wall, or depart it, or
Okay, make it
create.
separate.
Yeah.
So are you saying that if I use a spell slot, I should be able to do it?
Yeah.
Because okay, I'll do it then. I have got third level spell slots left. So
Okay.
I'm going to say to you guys, stand back a bit. I'm going to try to part this dome, and I spend a third level spell slot.
All right. So you see a bit of greenish-like energy expand from Emron's hands into the plants themselves, and they pulsate. Boom, boom. They begin to unwrap from themselves, and they create a small little funnel, enough for somebody to move in one by one. It stretches on for about 20 feet or so to a bright threshold.
Did you know you could do that?
No, it just seems familiar to me. It's not anything specific I've learned before. It's just I just look at it, I concentrate on it, put my hand on it, and here it is. Do you see any light through it? Is anything coming from it?
There is a bright, like going through this funnel. There is a bright threshold on the other side that indicates an opening, but you can't see beyond that. Light from your standing just can't make out what it is.
Guys, I think I'm going to go through it. Do you want to have a look through it?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to put a hand on him on shoulder and say, "Oh, what do you know? You are talented, and you weren't lying about it."
See, I told you so. None of you have believed me. I'm just going to go in and walk straight in.
I'm fine.
Or put her head down and just go, I believed you. And I'd walk in.
Yeah. So you walk in. And when you cross this threshold, well, when you move into the funnel, that's when all of you start hearing this song. It's peaceful in a way, but weird, otherworldly.
Is it single ladies?
No.
Damn it.
Definitely not a song for a paradise place.
Yeah.
And then as you cross over onto the threshold, music stops. Inside this dome, and it is a massive dome, stretches on quite a long way, probably a mile or so diameter.
A very long way.
There's a collection of trees inside, hollowed out with buildings and dwellings that are in clear symbiosis with the trees. They surround a huge Holland tree, bigger than the others you have seen so far.
Ooh.
There are several running streams bountiful with a strange multitude of fish. The sheer amount of plants and herbs here is staggering. Flower beds mixed with dozens of colours, mushrooms of all shapes, colours and sizes, wavy like red and blue weeds, seem to try and constantly float away if they weren't connected to the grounds. Massive moss-covered bushes that are around 30 feet in diameter. Placing your hand on one helps to feel the sheer elasticity of it. It is soft and spongy. Cora, you walk past a glowing blue lily with several buds protruding from the petals. Looking at it closely, it shrivels up into a tiny bud, and as you do, the hundreds of other lilies around it in the bush do the same. They spurt out a small gold-like dust that is ticklish to you, but otherwise harmless. When you step away, they come out of hiding from their buds.
Or would put her hands up and walk back. She wouldn't want to feel like she was hurting any.
Kerry, as you gaze around, you catch a larger plant, two massive leaves on the end of stems, and a spiraled central stem at the top where black berries seem to grow. After seeing it for a few seconds, you notice the leaves and the central stem move to almost mimic you. It follows your head and arm movements almost playfully.
Can I like eat the blackberry?
Pluck it off, you chop it, you jump down on it. It's very nice. It's good fruit. It's tasty. Nothing bad about it. It's just fruit.
Sorry. I'm gonna jump back to the party.
Yeah. Vorkrus, you walk out into a small flower bed. Not having seen so many different flowers in one place before, you begin to wonder if any of these would function as herbs or components for your spellcasting. When the flowers all turn
very interested.
Yeah, they all turn grey at once, and you feel weightless. They turn grey. They feel weightless.
And they weigh nothing.
You're spirited up about 5 feet off of the ground by a harmless wind force that seems to emanate from these flowers. And after a few seconds of bobbing up and down, you slowly come back down to the ground, and the flowers return to their colours.
I'm thinking back over like the last day of what food I've eaten and what possibly made me get like
and generating light, like bright light, enough to light an entire room at night. It spins for about a minute before stopping, before you realise the dozens of other petals like this, but in various colours, growing behind it.
Do I like from where I would be walking? Do I notice anyone else in here apart from us? Is there a signs of movement or life?
Not that you can see from where you're standing at the moment, at the very cusp of the dome.
I'm just taking it all in for the moment, I think.
Lisma, you gaze upwards to see a maze of twinkling lights and reflections, and the leaves themselves seem to redirect light. That's when you notice several brightly coloured green vines in the canopy. They seem to be spraying a natural mist, and the light from the moon, breaking through the treetops, hitting this mist, creates mini rainbows. That is the source of these twinkling lights you see.
Elizabeth would sort of look in awe, but also with caution, because he's had enough of being tied up by vines.
Joe Briggs, you catch the eye of some small green plants nearby. Getting closer, you lick your lips and narrow your eyes. These are very similar to tobacco plants back in the old world, except these ones have a soft humming about them, coming from the very leaves. As you go to touch one, it spurts out a smoke cloud. You inhale, and you can't help but relax. As one fine puff. Perfect for your divination.
That's good. I probably would relax, obviously.
Yeah.
Maybe sit.
You sit down on the grass. It's soft. Zurich, you find yourself near the water. It's very shallow, only coming up to your ankle. You bend down to test the water, and it's pure, completely clean water. It is crystal-like in appearance, in that you can see every pebble and rock in the stream. As you stand back up, you notice your hand is encased in an almost glove made of the water. It shimmers and shifts and is cool to the touch. You poke it with your other hand, and the water pops like a bubble and falls back into the stream.
Probably just cut my hands, swirl my face off with it, and see if anything happens.
Yeah. It doesn't stick to your face, but once again, your hands are covered in those bubble-like water gloves.
Tempted to try and bottle some of this, but no. Yeah, I'll just leave it.
And Ron, you watch all these minor wonders, and a smile forces its way to the surface. Never in your wildest dreams did you think such a place existed anymore in the material world. This level of life you could find in the Feywild, but never here. The sheer diversity of plant life here, the ecosystem covered in this one place, how plants that would normally kill each other or just wouldn't grow here are all here, existing together peacefully. If a cure was to exist for those back home, it could very well be, no, it must be here. Somewhere here. In this maze of life is the answer to the question the Secret Council sent you out for. Years have you searched. Years have you struggled. It was all worth it. It appears for now, your mission is complete. As you all begin to take in this place, this sanctuary, a small giggle catches your ears. Turning your heads towards the source, you see some bushes rustling, and a small group of butterflies flutter out, followed by a small humanoid with green skin, vine-like clothing, and leaves and branches for hair. She stops and stares at all of you, with wide black eyes with no pupils. Emron, you recognize this creature as a dryad, a fey spirit. She seems different from the ones you've interacted with. She seems young. Her complexion is different. She definitely seems curious. Eta? Walabalan? Iashi nekt elunaska?
Are the tongue spells still up?
Not at
It
this
wouldn't be
point,
for
no.
comprehend languages anyway.
She sees your blank faces and she points to herself and she says, Populis! And then points to all of you.
I point to myself and said Emron.
Joe Pricks.
Imulum. Duplix.
Cora, Briarly, Roser, and Terrell Sparkerfoot.
She looks at you. Cora, Briarly, Roser, and Terrell Sparkerfoot.
Morquist.
Focus. Isma.
Zurich.
Cynic.
Bar Blackburn.
Blackburn.
Carrie Starfist.
Gary Starfist. Eta Walabalan. Yashi Nectar Lunaska.
Yes.
Sorry.
So what I'll do.
Emron, what languages do you speak?
I speak Common Druidic Elfish Primordial.
Cora, what languages do you speak?
Gnomish, Elvish, and Common.
I want you both to make intelligence checks, please.
Intelligence checks. Ooh. Let's see. I'll probably roll crap. Ooh, not bad. 17.
Good God,
Whilst-
I can't find it.
Ooh.
Oh, good. So, whilst you both can't really understand her, you do recognize this strange dialect. It's a variation of Sylvan.
I don't. Emran, I think that she's speaking Sylvan. I've heard it, but I don't know it well enough to communicate with her.
Do any of you guys have that language spell that you can use to understand any languages that you can cast?
It will take me 10 minutes to cast it.
Yeah, I guess we have 10 minutes, right?
I'll start.
Okay. So she just kind of looks at you all inquisitively over the next 10 minutes. She doesn't get any closer. Like, she's unsure.
So during that 10 minutes, I'll druid craft some flowers in my hand and offer it to her.
As you druidcraft, she says to you, in Druidic, you know the way of nature.
And I'll say in Druidic back, yes, I do. I am a druid. I work with nature, and this place is really beautiful.
Your accent is really weird.
Well, I'm not from this land. Perhaps that's probably why.
What are you?
I'm from somewhere called the Feywild. Have you heard of it?
Yes, I know the Feywild. I go there all the time.
Ah, so that's where my home is, but I've been traveling on different lands, looking for places like this.
You come from the Feywild. How comes I have never seen you here before?
How long have you been here?
Many moons. I am the youngest of us all. Opris is my name.
My name's Emron. It's really great to meet you. I think this place is what I've been looking for all along. And here, my friends, we don't mean you any harm.
Oh, good. I've never seen creatures like you before. I didn't know there was life beyond the dome.
Yes, there's also many dangers in the dome, so I think you're very safe in here with your... Did you create this place?
No. Mad Walnut did.
Who is Mad Walnut? We've heard a lot about this.
He is our guardian.
Ah. It's, so hang on a second, and I'm going to translate all this to my friends. Mad Walnut's the guardian. Is he here? Can we see him now? Like, is he here watching us?
I can't do that. Only the Rain Moon can speak with Mad Walnut.
What is Rain Moon?
That is the name of the one who leads us. Her name is Sylvestria, but the one who leads us is... We call them the Rain Moon.
Oh. And do you know someone called Imnara? Have you heard? No. How many of you dryads are here?
How do you measure numbers?
Put it this way, are there many of you than compared to us? Are there less of you compared to us?
Oh, many more compared to all of you.
Okay.
We live here in a community. We call it the Sanctuary.
And you feel safe here? Has anything ever come through here to attack you guys or cause any trouble? I think we've lost Jack for a second.
And we may never know.
I was looking at Jack and then suddenly Kenny was there. Like, oh.
Is that better? Can you hear me?
There we go.
There you go. You're coming back now.
There we go. So, could you repeat what you just said,
Yes.
please?
Have you experienced any trouble here, or do you feel very safe here?
I feel safe. No one has ever come. You're the first to ever come to this place. Ever.
Can you take us to Rain Moon?
I can take you to Sylvestria. I think maybe you should meet. Maybe you should meet Rosnia first.
Sure. So I'll speak to the rest of the party to ask, are we okay to meet this person now?
I mean, I don't see what else we're going to do here, yeah.
Cora's literally just staring at all of the nature and cool plants around here. And so she's willing to just stay and gaze while whatever's happening. Cora's really happy to be here.
I think even Joe Pricks might using the inspiration of the good, you know, the good smelling weed that was there for divination would probably roll his bones and cast augury to ask if it's a good idea to meet Rose. Is it Rosnia?
Yeah.
I think it's Rosnia.
Cora's going to see you do that and say, one of these times, can you show me how to do that? I have a set from my mom. I just don't know how to do it.
I can try.
You get the wheel result.
Okay. I got a good feeling. About this, guys. I think we should go.
I would say back to the Dryad, yes, we would love to meet Rose, whatever her name was.
Rosario.
She
Rosario
runs up
Das.
towards you, and she extends her hand. Like, she's smaller than you. She comes up to maybe like your midsection, a little bit like the top of her head. Like she's almost childlike in nature. She takes your hand and begins to lead you further onwards, past the trees and the bushes and the various strange plants that just keep on growing in number and number. And eventually you see another individual, a taller dryad, clearly older than Popperus. She has long flowing green hair and antlers on the top of her head, wearing brown-like, leafy-like clothes. She is currently sitting on a root, almost resting her head on it. She sees you approaching. She leans upwards, and she starts to speak to Popperus in Sylvan. And Popperus immediately says in Druidic, No, must speak the way of nature. That's how this one can talk to us. This individual looks towards you, Emron. She says, You command the ways of life and nature?
I never looked at it. Yeah, I never looked at it that way, but I suppose I do. I do definitely commune with nature.
You are not Dryad, are you?
I'm not. I'm an elf from the Feywild.
You are not from the Feywild. We are from the Feywild.
You are definitely I suppose my family lived there? That's where I was born.
No, there is no other than Dryad in the Feywild.
Okay.
This is weird for you, Emron,
Yeah.
because you definitely grew up in the Feywild.
Yeah. So looking a little bit confused, but I don't want to dispute. These are my friends. We mean you no harm. We just stumbled upon this place of wonder and beauty.
I am Rosnia. I am the spiritual leader. I am unused to seeing people like you. You are also different.
And we haven't encountered any beings like yourself either since we've laid feet on this land.
Her head perks up and looks over towards her right. And you see another dryad appear from the tree that she's currently like sort of resting on a little bit. This one has got... she's not as green as the other. She's almost like auburn, kind of autumny-like colours. Made mainly of bark. She certainly walks with a certain pride in her step. Rosnia looks at her and she says, Artemisia, these are strangers from outside. Outside? My goodness. And this Artemisia runs up towards you, Emron. Starts inspecting you up and down. And as you're quite close to Emron, you realise, these dryads, they don't wear clothes beyond Rosnia. But it's not in that kind of way. It's more of a, they don't need to wear clothes. It's not there. It's not like that. It's just part of nature.
So our druid craft some more flowers and offer it to them both, to Rosnia and Artemisia.
They take the flowers and they look at it. And they both seem to cast a spell themselves, which is a variation of druidcraft in a way that you've not seen it before. And they grow the plants that are here in this sanctuary. Plants that you've never seen before. And from your reaction and from seeing their reactions, it's very similar to the flower you grew. It's clearly a flower they have never seen before.
Mm.
Where did you see such beauty? Rosnia says as she holds up the flower.
Well, this is just something unfamiliar to that I've seen. In the same way that you look at your plants.
Artemisia goes, such a flower does not exist here. This has never existed. Does it come from where you come from?
Yeah, it seems like although we both seem to come from the Feywild, it seems that we come from two different places. There seems to be a lot that we can share with each other.
I am the main gatherer of our sanctuary. I have seen every single plant there is, but I've never seen anything like this. Maybe you're right. Maybe I can show you more. And she whistles, and at that precise moment, about a dozen, maybe 2 dozen owls just come flying down from the canopies, and they perch around her, like on the ground, looking up towards her. These owls, if you can call them that, they don't have feathers. Instead, they have bristles and vines, and their wings are more of a combination of brambles and such. Do you have friends where you come from, like mine?
Yeah, I have other, I have similar but different, and I'm going to cast Conjure Animals, and I'll get Doris, Floris, Chorus, Boris, all out, all 8 of them, but kind of sitting like dog, as dogs would, facing lightning, very uniform and quite cute, kind of waggling their tails.
So as soon as they come out, this Artemisia immediately kind of squeals with a happiness. Oh! And she immediately starts sitting down next to Flora and starts petting the dog, who really fucking likes it. Starts wagging her tail, starts like thumping her leg up and down. I've never seen such creatures. This is wonderful.
There's so much more I can show you.
You must. You must come see Sylvestris. My apologies.
Sure.
She is our Ray Moon.
Oh, that's what Populus was telling us about.
Populus is a child, but she is wise.
Indeed. My friends here behind me, we're all very tired. It's okay if we seek sanctuary here tonight.
You have to ask Sylvestris. We've never had visitors from outside before.
It'd be great if we can rest here tonight because it feels very safe here. And my friends here are all very interested in your beautiful plants as well.
Wow. Let me take you towards them. And she waves towards the tree, and a small yellow-like portal appears. This way. And she doesn't walk, she kind of just glides through the tree. Rosnia and Populus point towards the tree and smile at all of you.
Shall we go, you guys? They're going to take us to the leader to see if they can seek sanctuary here tonight.
Sure.
Yeah, let's go.
I think it's a good idea.
Yeah, if you think it's safe, I'll follow you.
Yeah.
Okay. So, you head through the portal. You find yourself in the center of this conclave, this community, and you are surrounded by several hundred dryads who are staring at all of you, wide eyes, open mouths. Some of them arch over each other just to try and see these strangers from another land. And you can tell immediately, especially you, Emron, that these dryads, they live peacefully, they thrive in this dome. You keep on walking, getting closer to this Hallan tree. So you get to a base of a couple of steps, and Artemisia points up towards there. She looks towards you, Emron, and she says, "Trees have already told her of your presence. She waits for you."
So the person you're speaking of I should speak to is the tree?
No. The tree. It's Hallan. Sylvestris. The Ray Moon.
The Ray Moon is the Hallan tree?
No. The Ray Moon is our leader, Sylvestris. You get the feeling, Emron, that Ray Moon is a title.
Yeah. Okay. So do I connect that Sylvestris is the Hallan tree?
No, you think Sylvestris is an actual individual.
Okay. I guess they're signaling me to go to the tree, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so I'll go forward.
Okay. So Emron walks up. Does the rest of the party follow?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah. Staying with him.
Right. Sees walk behind him. You come up onto only about 10 steps or so, but once you get up there, you find yourself a large open area with stone and grass, a grove, a dryad grove before this tree. And you see one individual there. She has long green hair, very pointy, purplish-like skin, flowers in her hair. Once again, she doesn't wear any clothes, but it's normal, it's natural. But her lower half, however, is shaped like that of a goat, with an extremely bushy white tail.
Wow.
She's currently petting a bluebird on her finger before she sees you come towards her, and she lets the bird fly away until she turns towards you. Et etawala bulan, iashi nekteronaska.
I drew a craft some flowers, but I put it, I'll get one of the wolves to offer it to her.
She takes it and she strokes the wolf. She just sort of connects to it, and it's very odd, Emron. When she does that, you sense control of that wolf has been taken away from you. That dog, that wolf, that spirit has willingly kind of declared its allegiance towards this dryad in that instant. But once she lets go of it, you feel control return to you.
Very powerful dryad. So I'm going to say to her in Druidic, it's really great to meet you.
It's really good to meet you, stranger from outside.
You have a very beautiful place here that we've never seen before. We've never encountered such beauty.
We have worked hard to keep it hidden. There was a danger from outside the dome. We needed to stay hidden. We needed to stay safe.
Can I ask you a question?
Of course.
Have
You have
you
many
heard?
questions.
Have you heard of what is it? The walnut thing? Bad walnut? No. What is it called?
Mad walnut?
Mad walnut.
Yeah.
Mad.
Yes. Mad walnut is my friend.
Friends plural. Are they here in this dome with you?
Yes.
Can you point them out to us?
She points towards the tree.
The Harlan tree.
Yeah.
So I kind of say that to my companions. Is the tree the source of this dome?
Yes. He built it. His friend.
Kind of share that with my friends behind us. And have you heard of Imnara?
No? What is that? Is that the land? Is that the name of your land?
No, it's the name of a spirit that we met before.
I do not know of any spirits beyond this dome. Where do you come from?
Well, I was saying earlier to your other dryads that I came from a place called Feywild, but it seems to be a different place than you know.
Yes, our Feywild is locked off. Mad Walnut has explained it to me. A long time ago, there was a calamity. A great undoing. Life and order. Mad Walnuts built this dome to protect us from there. And then Atta reverted the world. When we inside this dome are sealed off, our Feywild is disconnected from all other Feywilds. I honestly did not think that there was life beyond. But Atta knew a way.
I'll share all that with especially Cora, who seems to know a lot about Atta and the Howland Tree and the Howland Wheel. While she thinks about that, I'm going to ask, do you know about the shepherd? What is the shepherd?
Shepherd he is a spirit who collects other spirits and he trades them. Mad Walnut will know more. Would you like to speak with him?
Yes, we would, and I think a friend of mine would like to see if she can communicate with Mad Walnut as well, and I summon Cora forward with me.
Oh, there is no need. Mad Walnut, there are friends. They wish to speak with you.
Cora's so excited that a tree's going to speak back to her.
And at that point, part
Listener
of the
is
tree...
also excited at the thought of a tree speaking to him.
Part of the tree snaps off. No, well, it doesn't snap. It looks like it's been there for a long time and sort of melded into it. And it starts walking towards you. A massive tree with arms, legs, and a face. Friends, you speak of thee. You come to speak with me.
What language is he saying? Druidic still.
No, it's telepathy. You can all understand him.
We all hear it now. Cool. Okay.
Yeah. These are people from the outside, Mad Walnuts. They come seeking friendship. They do not know, and we do not know. We can learn from each other, yes? We can learn what has happened. Indeed. Friendship is always the way. If you are willing, you are welcome to stay.
That's great. We would love to seek sanctuary from you. We've had a really long day.
The words you have spoken have had my mind woken. The name you have spoken.
Which one? Which word? Imnara?
Nara.
Or the shepherd?
Imnara, a spirit of loneliness and hate. Killed long ago, yet her spirit does not abate. I would not let her in here, for danger she has wrought. Sacrifice, insanity, and nothing but distraught.
We fear that she has a hold on our acquaintance. Is he in danger?
I do not know of whom you speak, but if Imnar is involved, it wouldn't hurt to be meek.
We did try to. She was very hard to get hold of, physically as well as.
She fears the shepherd for his tricks, so she hides and she writes with sticks.
She
How can
seems
we-
to. Sorry, go on, Cyric.
How can we help her or set her free or put her to rest?
If you wish to help, that is a fine goal. You'll find that the shepherd will become your foe. Though he is undead, his spirit remains. Destroy what is left of him, and the Imara will remain.
So the shepherd is a bad entity.
Good and evil, it matters not. The shepherd is a greedy, selfish clot.
How can we draw out the shepherd?
Show him a spirit that he can take on. He will not leave until they are gone.
Like him, Nara?
He nods.
Where can we find the shepherd?
He comes to the spirits when they are shown.
Where are his remains?
Remains are gone, forgotten and dust. He only comes out when the sun has become dusk.
How will we recognize them?
How do we? If Inara is hard to manifest, how can we make her manifest so that the shepherd can see her?
Magic has many uses and plenty. A simple spell will remove. Her invisibility.
Literally. Okay.
I have a question for you, if I may.
Speak and I will listen. Young green man with tusks and vision.
I've traveled far from my home and forgotten more about the druidic ways than I would care to mention. I was sent here on a mission. Does the name Zarius mean anything to you?
Dark and stormy was the past towards the future, when I was a young sprake who couldn't be cuter. I remember the woes and the wails and sadness, those who were abandoned to madness. Distorted and rotten, I had hoped they were forgotten. Changed and broken, rendered and taken, the opposite of who they were, and were forsaken. Life and love gone, the sun rose and set. The Hullans who entire history wept. Gone were their gods, their muses, their hopes. Replaced with an emptiness, many sadly turned to the ropes. Tricked they were, the gods of creation, by one who mocked them with stagnation. A tale as old as time itself, older than greed and power and lust, betrayal, abandonment. What was left was the forgotten, the abandoned, and the rest of us. None now discuss the god of opposites, Zarius.
Where does he reside in these lands, if he is truly the one who is here?
So far north the cold stops, and starts again, but only in the mosque. Stay away from that place if you value your life. It is not just your soul that would be sacrificed.
How do we... But surely there's a way to destroy this god of opposites. To burn him from this world.
If one can be destroyed, then they are not a god. They are simply a being with unstoppable odds. He tricked and he connived. He tricked and he contrived. Many curse his name, but the old gods were to blame.
What did Obadiah do to this land to make him so hated?
Exactly who we have discussed, the god of opposites, Zarius.
I thank you, Mad Walnut. It's troubling, to say the least.
I was confused. Are they the same, or he brought the god of opposites here?
I believe Obadiah and the other four gods that came here promoted someone essentially they shouldn't have. And now Zarius has been allowed to roam free for too long, to the point where the other gods couldn't control him, from what I can gather.
Right.
The abandoned, the forgotten, the undeserved, the rotten. They were his charges, his servants, his slaves, until the God of all saved the day. He is pure, he is welcome, he is wanted by us all. Atta, the one who could save us all. He took away.
Sorry, go ahead. I was going to say, I will silently pull out the wheel, but let Mad Walnut continue.
You hold one of the keys to his kingdom. Find the rest.
Do you know where any of them are?
And know that they are well protected. Scattered around the world. Lost, but not abated.
Where do we take them when we have them all?
We have to open the gate. The gate of heaven and earth. But I don't know where that is. It's the gate to the void sea. And then we gain access to Atahala.
The gods that govern this land were true and just. They worked tirelessly, endlessly, and vigorous. To the world and its colours did they hewn Habakkuk, Kilimvor, Odotai, and Saloon. They all answered to one, the pure, Atta, the being of all.
Is Atta the same as, I suppose, what I would call Biori? So is he the god of the earth, the creator?
Atta is purity embodied. He could do no wrong unless he was poisoned.
By the god of opposites, I imagine.
Speaking of poisoned, I have a question. Emron, inside your bag, there is a piece of that holland tree that was poisoned.
You just beat me to it. Yeah.
I tried to heal it, but I couldn't. Is there any way to reverse this once it's set in?
I'm going to bring out from the bag of holding the pound of corrupt talent tree to show them.
The sickness has gone to the core. It is starting to take my friend to war. I tend and I make. I heal and I sake. I wish it would not the words that I have spoken, but with this corruption, Zarius has awoken.
I knew he had.
There's no fixing it once it's gotten to this point.
If Zarius cannot be... sorry.
Atta is the only cure. But you are tired, you are weary. Stay here for the morrow. But the one you call Emron, I think you have found the end of your sorrow. Speak your goodbyes. Say your farewells. We have much to learn with each other.
So I'll turn around to the party and say, guys, this is the end of my journey. I think I found what I need to find in this land. Here, it's where my mission ends. You know that my research and the different herbs. This is the place. I need to spend some time here. You
So
guys
you're done with this
understand,
now?
right?
Just like, oh, I'm okay. Screw the rest of you. Seems a little bit harsh.
But what's great is that you know where I am now, and this great tree here has so much knowledge. If you have any questions, just send a message back to me, and I'll try to get answers for you. I'll now try to not answer you in riddles either. I'll speak plainly.
When have you ever done that?
I understand this is your mission, and you've now completed it.
So let's all get a good night rest here. And then, any other questions in the morning, I'm sure the tree will answer everything you need to know. And I'm going to take my bag of holding off. And I'm going to give it to Cora, hand it over and say, look, we all know there are lots of really great things here, and there's many more things you need to collect on the journey. So here, take this. I'd have no need for any of this content now because I'm going to stay here.
Cora's gonna take it, and she's having a lot of trouble breathing right now, and she can't really speak. So she's just gonna shudder as she sighs and nod her head with tears welling up, but not falling yet. She's trying really hard to be brave because she knows that this mission was really important to you. And being as sad as she is feels a little selfish, but that doesn't make it hurt any less. So she's still very upset, but she's trying for your benefit to keep it in.
And I'm going to say to Cora, look, I'll collect all the herbs that, for both of us. So when you come back, I'll share it with you. I'll probably still be here when you've done what you need to do.
How will I get back in? We only got in here because of you.
I'm sure when the right time comes, you'll find your way in, or I'll find you. Who knows?
Who's going to help me speak to plants and animals?
I'm sure that, you'll find somewhere else on the way. There might be even more scrolls. Who knows? Oh, by the way, hang on a second. And then I'll cast a whole load of good berries, and I'll hand it over to her and say, look, this will see you through for a while. I think, the more important question for you is who's going to be your good berry dealer now that I'm staying here? Make sure you pick some berries on the way out. I'll put a good word for you so you have some rations for all of you before you head off.
And so at this point, Cora is crying too much to respond.
No, just very full. She can't see because they're so full, but it hasn't leaked out yet.
I'm gonna go to Emerald and just give him one of my darts and say, Walkers. What's the name?
Walkers.
No, not Walkers.
Sparhawk? Sparhawk?
Yeah. Sparhawk has one. No, you have one. The other, I'm so sorry, I forgot the other person's name. It's
Agnes? Isaac?
Wonderful.
Isaac.
Don't you say his name.
Sorry. I'm gonna go to be Isaac had one, Walker's had one. Now you have one.
I think you meant Sparhawk, but yeah, thank you.
Sparhawk had one. Isaac had one. Now you have one.
Thank you.
Please don't.
I think Joe Pricks would reach out his hand and shake Emron's hand and say, I think this journey is going to be full of meetings and partings. And I'm sure we'll meet again, hopefully on some sunny day when all of this bad business is put behind us.
And I'm going to say, it's really a pleasure to meet you, old man. Who knew that I would have a connection with you after all that? Oh, by the way, and then I'm going to reach inside my own personal backpack, and I'm going to say to him, I remember our chat in one of the watches, and you said one of the components you need was some kind of jeweled artifact, right? That you need to make. Again, I have no need for this now. I think you might be able to make use of it. And I'll hand you over the fire opal. That's worth 1,000 gold pieces. And I'm going to say, hope this will be of use to you on your journey forward.
This is very kind. One day I'll be able to repay the favor.
Come back and visit.
We will. We all will.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Lisma would step forward, also shake your hand, and he'll say, "I wish I could have known you better. And next time we meet, I'll be talking to animals. Don't worry. I'll show you I got talent."
Maybe you can start by talking to these. And I gave him a box of turquoise animal figurines.
I will take them with a smile on my face and walk away.
I'd walk over to Emron, dig in my pocket, pull out a gold piece. Well, hopefully, when you get out here, you can get back to gambling and having a good time. Hand you a gold piece.
I flick it into the air, I catch it, and I shake his hand. Thank you. You remind me of hoping to get better luck next time, eh? And not lose scrolls and whatnot.
You definitely will. You were onto a winning streak, I think.
Thank you. And then I'm actually going to go up to Bark and say, "Big man, I know we haven't seen eye to eye quite often because we have quite different perspective on things. But I can see that you're a great protector of this group. And hopefully that I'll be very safe in here. So here, why don't you take Wenos' crossbow? Payday. If hopefully it will come in use for you guys."
We've never not got on, Emron. You just do a lot of things I disapprove of. But you were on that ship the same as me. You sank when I did. We've done a lot together, and I can't say I don't like you. I always have. I just don't express it as well as I probably should. Call it orcish social awkwardness, I guess. And he starts sort of awkwardly not knowing what to do with his hands, but it's like a pat on one shoulder, sort of like a nudge, and a mild handshake here and there. It's like, I can't say I'm not happy for you. I'm glad you have found what you wanted in this new world, and God knows one of us needs to. Would I have picked you to start? Probably not, but, we both would have picked Cora to begin with. Don't worry about her. I'm going to take care of her and everyone. And I'll even teach myself good berry in the time being. Don't worry. It's one of the things I can learn.
That's great. I'm sure she's in safe hands with
You're finally overflow. There's no stopping it now. It's just fall.
In his big orcish hand, he's going to take Emron by sort of the forearm, pull him in, and then just sort of pull him into a hug and just go, "Look, you found what you needed to, and I'm happy for you. Just be safe and don't be too much of a stranger. I'm going to miss this little bit of chaos that's leaving."
Yes, just, chaos. Just try not to speak to animals. They always create chaos, from what my experience in this land.
No, I'll leave that to Lismer, don't worry. It's what he's supposed to do.
And
that'll be me.
And then I'll go and say to Fortress, I know you're always looking for, buy expensive stuff for your spells. You probably don't know this, but you probably don't know this, but it will come as no surprise to you that I kind of took a lot of gold pieces from when we were in that land with the construct. I found a chest and I basically just emptied it into the bag of holding. So if you ever need any money to buy components, it's all in the bag of holdings. There's like 300 gold pieces in there. There's some, platinum pieces. Should be enough to keep you going for a while, hopefully. If you find somewhere that... if you put your hand in there,
use it wisely.
Lots of coins. So hopefully there's something here for all of you to carry on your journey.
I appreciate that, Emron. I really do. I know we have not always agreed, and I never quite understand what's going on in that crazy little brain of yours. But if you're happy here, then this is where you must stay.
Thank you. Think of. I'm saying to all of you guys, think of me whenever you see a fire burning something, because I'm sure that will be your lasting memory of me, if anything else.
I go back up to Emron quickly. So I go back up to you, Emron, and I hold out the dagger and I turn it into Dream Snatcher. I just sort of grab your hand and we just sort of hold it. And I just look at you dead in the eye, like, not soulless, but just no expression. And I just say, Isaac says goodbye. And then I come in closer and I go, by the way, he let the prisoners go. And then I just sort of put it away and just sort of walk off.
I just look a bit shocked.
Go.
You don't tell the others yet.
I haven't. They don't know.
So, with that, Emron, you look at all of your companions. You turn around to see Sylvestris and Walnut. Behold the entirety of the dome and the hundreds of the dryads that live here. Popperus, Rosnia, Artemisia, Sylvestris, Mad Walnuts. What they know, they've experienced, what this dome can teach you, what you were hoping to find in a new world. That is a new beginning, a new adventure. And whilst the chapter closes on Emron, our tale continues with the rest of the Special K. And that's where we'll end tonight's session, guys.